Chapter 823. How could Princess Anxi not know that her life in the Chu state would not be good in the future? But for her to give up on the southern Zhao kingdom was something she could not do no matter what. She had sacrificed too much for Mo Jingli. Not to mention other things, just these 10 years of her life was something that could not be made up for. If she left just like this, then what was the point of these 10 years of her life? Looking at Princess Anxi, she saw that she had already lowered her head and was caressing her protruding belly, no longer paying attention to her. Princess Shixian knew that she could not persuade Princess Anxi and could not help but cry. "Royal sister, you are so cruel." She turned and ran out. Princess Anxi stared blankly at her departing figure and could only sigh helplessly. "Am I really too cruel?" As if talking to herself, Princess Anxi said lightly. Yili said softly, "You only did what you should have done. Not only are you Princess Shixia's sister, you are also the queen of the southern Zhao kingdom." "That's right," Princess Anxi said with a bitter smile. "If I was a soft-hearted person, I don't know how tall the grass on my grave would be. Forget it, let her be. Only, I don't know if we will meet again in this life." Seeing her so sad, Yili had no choice but to comfort her softly. She did not have a close relationship with Yi Zhen, Yi Ying, and the others, and they were not born of the same mother. Naturally, she could not understand Princess Anxi's feelings. However, if it were his cousins from his previous life, he was afraid that they would also be very sad. Mo Jingli and Dong Fengyu's marriage was held as scheduled despite Dong Fengyu's unwillingness. It was just that the extravagance of the wedding was not even a third of Mr. Qingyun's birthday banquet. This was not hard to understand. The various countries had just left, and naturally would not rush back just for Prince Li to marry the successor of the infinite boundless mountain. Moreover, with the help of the infinite boundless mountain, Prince Li was their greatest enemy. The fact that they did not secretly cause trouble was already giving face to the Prince Ding mansion and Princess Ding, seeing that Glass City was the territory of the Prince Ding mansion. Why would they specially come to congratulate them? After Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao attended Mo Jingli's wedding, they left Glass City for Feihong Pass that night. At this moment, outside of Feihong Pass, the Chu state's northern enemy was split into two. The northern tribes and the Mahist army were facing each other. The moment Yilu Yi returned to the northern tribes' camp, he immediately deployed his troops and shifted the northern tribe's defensive line towards the south. On the other hand, Ma Xiushu requested for reinforcement from the king of the northern tribes in hopes of defeating the Mahist army in one fell swoop. Yiluhong also kept his promise and wrote a letter with Yilu Yi to the king of the northern tribes, requesting for Helian Zhen to lead troops to assist Yilu Yi in attacking the Chu state. Ever since Helian Zhen lost to the 18-year-old Mo Xiuyao, he was abandoned by the king of the northern tribes. Although his situation had improved in recent years, the northern tribes had not been able to recover for many years because of his defeat. The king of the northern tribes looked down on his abilities and naturally did not put him in an important position. Yilu Yi suspected that Yilu Hong was helping him because of some scheme, but when he thought of the predicament that awaited him after Yilu Hong returned to the northern tribes, he did not care much. No matter what, he really needed Helian Zhen's help now. The reinforcements from the northern tribes would not arrive in a short period of time, but Yilu Yi did not care. He mobilized his troops and prepared to fight a few battles while the Mahist army was unprepared. However, Lu Jingxian, who was guarding the border, was not as unprepared as he thought. When he saw the northern tribes' movements, he also mobilized his troops. In a short 5 days, the two armies had fought more than 3 times. The northern part of the Chu state was once again engulfed in the flames of war. At this time, Mo Xiuyao and Yi Li did not appear on the battlefield. Instead, they were walking leisurely in the northern territory outside the Purple Thorns Pass. After dyeing their iconic white hair black, the two changed their appearances slightly and became a young married couple. However, they were completely different from the imposing Prince Ding and Princess Ding in Glass City. Following beside Mo Xiuyao and Yi Li was Tan Jiji, who had just been released from the Prince Ding mansion. There were not many people in this world who knew Tanjiji's true appearance, and most of them were already dead. After 2 years of silence, it was better for people to recognize him. Therefore, even if he was walking in the north with his original appearance, he was not worried about being recognized. It was unknown whether Rinchining was eager for quick success or was truly confident in himself. Ever since the Northern Army took down the Purple Thorns Pass, Rinchining moved the capital of the northern region to the most prosperous city in the northeast of Dechu State, Chongqing City, which was only 300 li away from the Purple Thorns Pass. He built the capital here and renovated the palace. Even though the palace was not completely built yet, one could see the embryonic form. There were many luxurious and spacious mansions and official residences in Chongqing City. Their magnificence was comparable to Glass City and Chu Capital City. At the same time, there was a strange phenomenon in Chongqing City. Apart from a very small number of large mansions that were clustered together, the rest of the places were dilapidated. Even thatched cottages and shacks were common. It did not have the feeling of being a big city in the northeast of Dechu State. It was as if other than a few wealthy officials and nobles, there were only poor people who did not have enough food to eat. It was as if the majority of the people who were not wealthy, but at least did not have to worry about food and clothing, did not exist. Not to mention Chongqing City, which was the capital. Even a small town in a remote area would not be so extreme. Tanjiji followed Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao into an inconspicuous inn in the city. The innkeeper welcomed the three of them to the second floor and had a secret thought. Only then did he greet them respectfully. This subordinate greets prince and princess consort. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, "No need for formalities. You have worked hard these 2 years." The innkeeper said respectfully, "It is my duty." This subordinate does not dare to complain about it. This subordinate has already arranged accommodations for prince and princess consort. Prince and princess consort, please feel free to stay there. If there is anything you need this subordinate to do, princess consort, please tell me. Yi Li nodded and said with a smile, "Very good. You can leave first. If there is anything, the prince and I will call you." This subordinate will take his leave. The innkeeper did not ask any more and left respectfully. I did not expect that even in Chongqing City, there are spies from the Princeton Mansion. The Princeton Mansion is indeed pervasive. Rinchining provoked the prince. It is really heaven's will to kill him. Chongqing had only become the capital of the northern region a little more than a year ago. Looking at the situation in the city, it was clear that the first Qining must have eliminated the dissidents through iron-blooded means. Even so, the shopkeeper was still able to stay in the city so peacefully. He didn't even sound troubled or worried at all. It was clear that his management in the city must be very good. Not only Rinchining, Tanjiji could not help but feel a trace of depression. Could he really compete with such a person? Chapter 824. The innkeeper's arrangements were very appropriate. The three of them stayed in a secluded courtyard at the back of the inn. There was a door at the corner of another street in the small courtyard, allowing people to enter and exit without arousing suspicion. Mo Xiaoyao's group rested for a night. The next morning, the innkeeper came to greet them again. Yi Li's group had just finished their breakfast. The innkeeper came in and greeted them before asking, "Is there anything wrong with this subordinate's preparations?" Yi Li smiled and waved her hand. "There aren't so many rules when we're outside. Prince and I are used to it. Young Master Tan?" Seeing that Yi Li had her own opinion, Tanjiji could only smile bitterly and say, "Thank you for your concern, Princess. I'm fine." Even Prince Ding and Princess Ding didn't have any opinions. How could he, a prisoner who had just been released, have any opinions? Mo Xiaoyao asked faintly. After Rinchining returned, did anything happen in the northern region Imperial Palace? The innkeeper's expression turned solemn, and he said respectfully, "Reporting to Prince, ever since the northern region king returned to Chongqing, his temper seems to be very bad. As soon as he returned to the palace, he fiercely reprimanded the nobles of the northern region who opposed him. These days, the conflict between the nobles of the northern region Imperial Palace and the old officials of the previous dynasty who followed the northern region king became more and more intense. The Northern Region king even slapped Queen Helen's face several times for imperial concubine Yun. Now, the situation in the palace is very tense. I'm afraid that the conflict between the nobles of the Northern Region and the old officials of the previous dynasty will erupt at any moment. It's already like this, yet Ren Xining still has the mood to send troops to attack Bauhinia Pass? Yili asked curiously. As soon as they left the pass, they found that Ren Xining was also mobilizing troops to attack Bauhinia Pass again. It was clear that the alliance between Ren Xining and Yelu Yi still existed. The innkeeper shook his head and said, originally, when the Northern Region king returned to Chongqing, he had already ordered the troops to attack Bauhinia Pass. However, the nobles of the tribes in the Northern Region did not agree to send troops, so they had not set off yet. In the past 2 days, the king of the Northern Region attacked the leaders of 2 Northern Region tribes in the palace. I heard that he only managed to gather all the troops now. Although the Northern Region army had 1 million soldiers, most of them were from the Central Plains. However, the real main fighting force was still the people from the Northern Territory. The millions of Central Plains soldiers had been forcibly recruited over the past 2 years after they occupied the places other than the Purple Thorns Pass. Not only did these people not have a sense of belonging to the Northern Region, but they were also not good at marching and fighting. If Ren Xining wanted to attack Redbud Pass, he would need the northern troops to pave the way. Yili smiled. This Ren Xining is really... No wonder Dongfang Hui would abandon him and choose Mo Jingli, entering the north as the prince consort of the Northern Region, using the strength of the Northern Region's people to build country. Now that the power of the nation had not yet stabilized, he couldn't wait to ostracize the people of the Northern Region. At the same time, he wanted to use the people of the Northern Region to fight for him. Even if the people of the Northern Region were not good at scheming, they were not fools. How could there be such a good thing in the world if they wanted the horse to run, but did not feed the horse? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. I'm afraid that Ren Xining had no choice. I have not seen those so-called old officials of the previous dynasty around him, but I can imagine what kind of people they are. After so many years, they suffered a lot with the orphans of the previous dynasty. Now that they have succeeded in reviving their country, how could they allow the barbarians of the Northern Region to overpower them? Naturally, they can't wait to get all the power in their hands. Reviving the country? Tan Jiji looked at Mo Xiaoyao with a strange expression. Ren Xining still had the title of the Northern Region, but he did not even dare to use Lin Yuan's name. How could this be considered a success? Mo Xiaoyao looked at Tan Jiji with a half-smile and said, That's why I said, Master Tan is actually much luckier than Ren Xining. Tan Jiji stared at him with an unfriendly expression. Mo Xiao didn't care and said lightly, Young Master Tan may think that you can do better than him if you were in Ren Xining's position, but that's because you're not in his position. Therefore, young Master Tan couldn't understand how painful it was for a person to carry the expectations of the entire family and even the people around him for 200 years since he was born. At least, Dr. Lin has never told you that you have to revive your country, right? Master Tan, you can retreat, but Ren Xining will never have a way out. You're not Ren Xining. How do you know how painful it is for him? Tan Jiji said bluntly. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and shook his head without saying anything. He was not like Tan Jiji, who carried the mission of reviving his family for 200 years. But the descendants of the Mahist army were born with the mission of protecting the Dechu state, so he could understand Ren Xining's feelings and predicament. Yili sighed softly. Ren Xining is also a talent, but it's a pity. A person like Ren Xining is not lacking in scheming and strategizing. If he didn't have those so-called old ministers of the previous dynasty, if he didn't have the responsibility of restoring the country, he could have achieved hegemony in the northern border country just by being the prince consort of the northern border country. He wouldn't have fallen into such a dilemma. But on the other hand, if he did not have those old officials who had assisted the Lin family for generations, Ren Xining might not have such methods and scheming. How could victory, defeat, gain, and loss be clearly described with just a few words? Tan Jiji was silent. Although he did not want to admit it, He knew in his heart that he could not compare to Ren Qining. No matter what, Ren Qining could unify the tribes of the northern region and force the core of the Chu state to move the capital to Jiangnan. But he had been busy for so many years without accomplishing anything. In the end, he even became Mo Xiaoyao's prisoner. Since Ren Qining is ready to send out his troops, we should hurry. Do you need me to see Queen Helan? Yili asked. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, Queen Helan is a smart person. She will come to see me when she knows we are coming. There is no need to rush. Tan Jiji was startled and shook his head with a bitter smile. Even Queen Helan is on your side? I really can't think of it. What reason does Ren Qining have to not lose? Yili smiled faintly and said, although Queen Helan is from the northern region, she is a rare, intelligent woman. Her intelligence and ability are outstanding among women. Without a doubt, Yili admired Queen Helan very much. Compared to Princess Anxi, Queen Helan was more ruthless and decisive. She dared to bet her entire life on marrying Ren Qining and did not hesitate to choose to cooperate with the Prince Ding mansion, which she was not familiar with at all. The saying of Central Plains women that a day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of their lives was nothing to her. So when she schemed against her husband, she would not show any mercy. In comparison, Princess Anxi was much more soft-hearted toward her own family. Tan Jiji sighed and said, there are many outstanding women in the world today. Princess Ding, Princess Anxi, and that Queen Helan really make us men blush with shame. Yili smiled faintly and said, Master Tan, you flatter me. How can Yili be compared to the Queen of Nanzhao and Queen Helan? Tan Jiji shook his head and said, I feel that Princess Ding is the smartest woman in the world. Whether it was Princess Anxi or Queen Helan, they might be able to rule the world in the end. Even the men in the world would have to bow down to them. However, all they could get was power. Although Yi Li was only the appointed queen consort, in the eyes of the world, she would not become Prince Ding's vassal. Instead, she was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Prince Ding. More importantly, not only did she obtain enviable power, but she also had a husband who truly loved her. She had a group of relatives who prioritized her and even had a son and a daughter. It could be said that she had everything that a woman in the world desired, and she had even obtained the best. How could such a wonderful woman not be admired? Chapter 825. When Mo Xiaoyao heard others praise Yi Li, although he felt a little jealous, he was still happy. Although he only hoped that he was the only one in the world who could see how good Li was, he also hoped that the world would acknowledge Li and not allow anyone to look down on her. Moreover, the current Mo Xiaoyao was no longer the Prince Ding from many years ago who was seriously injured and disfigured. He had been married to Yi Li for 10 years, so there was no need to doubt the feelings between the two. He was even more confident that there was no one in the world who was more worthy of Li than him. His jealousy was just a kind of pleasure. Isley Li is naturally the smartest woman in the world. Why do I need you to say that? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said. Yili glanced at him helplessly and remained silent. She was also very self-aware. In terms of intelligence, she could not be considered the smartest one. What she relied on was that she had an extra lifetime of experience that was completely different from the people in this world. Seeing the faint threat in Mo Xiaoyao's eyes, Tanjiji could not help but smile bitterly. Even if he had the guts as big as the sky, he would not covet Princess Ding. Okay? If it was in the past, he might have some thoughts. However, after being tormented by Mo Xiaoyao for 2 years, he did not have any thoughts at all. Who in the world did not know that Prince Ding valued his princess more than his own life? Who would dare to provoke the Emperor of Xiling? The vengeful spirits and Ren Qining in Xiling City were examples of what had happened. Moreover, Princess Ding herself was not easy to deal with. Those who did not have any ability to provoke her would only be asking for humiliation. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li temporarily stayed in Chongqing City, but they were not in a hurry to deal with Ren Qining. Instead, they left these matters to Tan Jiji to deal with. The two of them were idle and would walk around Chongqing City from time to time. They were also very carefree. On this day, when the two of them were having their meal, the shopkeeper came to report that the vanguard of the northern army had already set off for the Purple Thorns Pass. Rinchining would also set off for the expedition in a few days. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "He's not worried at all. He's not afraid of a fire in his own backyard." Yili smiled and said, "It seems that even though the people of the Northern Territory are staunch and unyielding, they are not incapable of acting. I'm afraid that Rinchining only thinks that the people of the Northern Territory don't get along with the old ministers of the previous dynasty. He never thought that they would rebel against him." Mo Xiaoyao said, "In Rinchining's view, the northern tribes have long been like a group of dragons without a leader. Naturally, he didn't expect Queen Helan to have such ability. Speaking of which, the people of the northern region have long been accustomed to each tribe's own governance. I'm afraid that even without Queen Helan's secret coordination, sooner or later they will rebel. Go, send the news to General Lung Huai at Redbud Pass," Mo Xiaoyao instructed. Just as the shopkeeper was about to leave, a burst of noise came from downstairs. Seeing the two of them frowning, the shopkeeper hurriedly excused himself and went to check. Mo Xiaoyao suddenly smiled and said to Yili, "Li, let's go take a look too." The two of them went out of the wing room and looked down from the second floor. In the lobby downstairs, several men from the Central Plains in luxurious clothes were confronting several men who were obviously from the Northern Territory. Those people from the Northern Territory were all strong and sturdy. With a scowl, one could tell that they were not ordinary people who could be provoked. However, although those people from the Central Plains looked like weak and fair scholars, their momentum was not inferior in the slightest, and their words were as sharp as knives when they confronted each other. The people of the Northern Territory were not good at arguing, so naturally, they were so angry that their faces turned red and their hair stood up. In a moment of anger, they were about to start a fight. Although those people from the Central Plains were weak, they were accompanied by many bodyguards who were highly skilled in martial arts. Even if they wanted to fight, they were not afraid. As expected, the two sides started to fight as soon as they disagreed. The shopkeeper seemed to be used to this situation and hurriedly went up to persuade them with an anxious face. After he was pushed away, he hid behind the counter and stopped talking. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the lobby of the inn was in tatters and the floor was a mess. These people were so engrossed in the fight that no one even noticed Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao coming down from upstairs. At the counter, the shopkeeper saw the two of them coming down and hurriedly went up to invite them to a more remote corner where they could not fight. Mo Xiaoyao looked curiously at the center of the lobby where the fight was still ongoing. He asked with a smile, "You don't seem to be in a hurry at all?" The shopkeeper touched his forehead and said with a wry smile, "In Chongqing City, there's not a day when there's not a fight. This is already the third time this month that this humble store of mine has been here. If it's a brothel, there's no need to talk about it. As long as the two sides meet, there's no way there won't be a fight." Speaking of which, this inn was a hidden post set up by the Prince Ding mansion. It would be good if it could make money, but it didn't matter if it lost money. If it was really an inn run by ordinary people, they would have packed up and left long ago. Nowadays, the so-called Northern Region King's city was very desolate. Other than those old officials of the previous dynasty and the nobles of the tribes in the northern region, the ordinary people were very poor. There were not many shops in the entire Chongqing city, so the shopkeeper's inn, which was not very luxurious, was often in trouble. Yili frowned and said, "Is there no one to take care of it?" The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. "Who can take care of it? Those who dare to fight in the city are the nobles in the court. The leader of the northern region people is the youngest son of the leader of the former second largest tribe in the northern region. He can be considered Queen Helan's cousin. Those people from the Central Plains are the illegitimate sons of the prime minister conferred by the northern region king and the younger brother of imperial concubine Yin." Mo Xiaoyao rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "They are really extraordinary people." As he said this, the people who were fighting gradually moved over. One of the men from the Central Plains was punched by a man from the northern region, and he just happened to be smashed in front of Yili. Mo Xiaoyao snorted softly and waved his sleeve. The man's body stopped and fell to the side. However, after the man got up, he didn't rush to settle the score with the man who beat him up. Instead, his gaze fell on Yi Li's body. However, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes, which were clouded by alcohol, revealed a hint of lust. Although Yi Li had changed her appearance, she was still graceful and elegant. Although the young man was the son of a high-ranking official under Renqining, he had only seen tall and beautiful women in the northern region for many years. After returning to the Chu state, Chongqing City was poor, but he had never seen a woman with such an outstanding temperament like Yi Li. Even imperial concubine Yun, who was the most favored in the palace, could not compare. At that moment, he did not care that he was still fighting with a man from the northern region. He looked at Yi Li's beautiful face with a lustful expression and said with a smile, "How should I address you, miss?" Yi Li was slightly stunned and could not help but find it funny. She had encountered many things over the years. However, it was the first time that she had been molested in public like this. She could not help but smile and said, "How should I address you, sir?" Seeing that Yi Li wasn't the slightest bit shy like other girls, the man couldn't help but be overjoyed. This young master is the son of the current prime minister. Miss, why don't you follow this young master to the prime minister's residence for a short period of time? It's better than wronging you in this shabby inn. The man glanced at Mo Xiaoyao, who was standing beside Yi Li, and revealed a contemptuous smile. The innkeeper at the side shrank back without a trace. The son of the prime minister had been domineering in Chongqing City for more than a year. This time, he ran into the prince and was really looking for death. Chapter 826. On the other side, the people from the northern region who were fighting enthusiastically saw that their opponent had gone to the side to flirt with a girl. They couldn't help but be furious. "Coward, if you have the guts, fight with me for another 300 rounds. I won't argue with you northern region barbarians today," the prime minister's son said arrogantly. He could fight with the people from the northern region every day, but it was not every day that he could meet a beauty like this. Although the people from the northern region were not scheming and did not like to beat around the bush, their martial arts skills were much better than the sickly scholar's sons. Their eyesight was also much better in this aspect. They could tell at a glance that the two men were not to be trifled with. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to fight. They stopped fighting and stood aside to watch the show. Seeing that the people from the northern region had stopped fighting, the prime minister's son became more and more proud. Looking at the beauty in front of him, smiling faintly and elegantly, the prime minister's son could not help but feel an itch in his heart. He reached out to take Yi Li's hand, but unexpectedly, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. The prime minister's son was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Mo Xiaoyao, who had been standing silently at the side. He said, "Who are you? Let go of me." Mo Xiaoyao's lips curled into an extremely cold smile. He exerted a little force, and the prime minister's son screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It also startled the onlookers who were watching the commotion from the side. "Bastard, do you know who I am?" The prime minister's son's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. The man in green had only lightly gripped his hand, and he could clearly feel that the bones in his hand had been broken. Even if Hua Tuo was alive, he would not be able to do anything. "I know, Prime Minister's son." Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and gave the innkeeper a look. The innkeeper immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, the waiter who had been hiding in the corner and trembling had already nimbly closed the door of the inn. Speaking of which, it was strange that Chongqing City was too desolate. If such a big thing happened in other cities, there would be many passers-by. However, the common people in this city did not even have enough to eat and wear. So how could they afford to stay in inns and restaurants? This inn was located near the residences of the nobles in the city. Usually, there were very few pedestrians. Even if there were, they would have run away when they saw these nobles fighting. At this moment, such a group of people had been locked outside the inn, but no one had noticed. Occasionally, some passers-by would think that the shopkeeper had something to do and close the shop. "What are you trying to do?" The moment the door closed, the others also felt that something was wrong. A few northerners wanted to rush out with their strong and agile skills. But how could those inconspicuous workers let them succeed? They were all well-trained people. You? Who are you? The Prime Minister's son asked in a trembling voice, his face as pale as paper. Mo Xiaoyao casually tossed him aside and said indifferently, "Are the descendants of Ren Qining's old official from the previous dynasty these good-for-nothings? You, how dare you? Feel free to call His Majesty by his name." Mo Xiaoyao laughed disdainfully. "So what if I call him by his name? I even killed his entire family." You. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed. Mo Xiaoyao had already spoken like this. So how could they not be aware of his identity? You're Prince Ding. These years, Mo Xiaoyao's reputation was not very good. It was no wonder that these people were so scared. Yili smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to be afraid. We won't casually kill people." You're Princess Ding? The Prime Minister's son asked in a trembling voice. Yili smiled sweetly. "I am indeed Yili. Prince Ding, Princess Ding. We didn't offend the two of you." The northerners looked at each other, and the leader of the group stepped forward and said carefully, even if the northerners were barbarians, they were still afraid of death. Even they had long heard of Mo Xiaoyao's reputation, which was comparable to a killing god. Yili smiled and said, "Is this young Master Queen Helen's cousin? Please inform Queen Helen that an old friend wishes to see her." This young man was also the son of the chief of the northerners. Naturally, he was somewhat shrewd and knew many things. When he heard Yi Li's words, his expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, "This one will definitely do so. May I ask if we can leave now?" Yi Li nodded. "Please go ahead." Seeing that the northerners had indeed left safely, the noblemen from the Central Plains hesitated for a moment. They also stepped forward and tried to negotiate with Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. Princess, Yi Li said, "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to wait here for a while." Everyone's expression changed. "Princess Ding, no matter how powerful you are, this is still the northerners' territory." Mo Xiaoyao sneered, "I want to detain you. What are you going to do about it?" The person who spoke withered. If Prince Ding wanted to detain them, what could they do? "Aren't you afraid that the imperial court will come looking for you? Isn't Ren Qining busy preparing for an expedition right now? Does he have the time to look for a few hedonistic sons who have gone missing?" The alliance between Ren Qining and Yilu Yi was of utmost importance to the northerners. Even if something serious happened, it wouldn't affect Ren Qining's deployment of troops, let alone a few ignorant and incompetent people who had gone missing. "My father will definitely send someone to save me." The Prime Minister's son trembled. The pain in his wrist caused his face to twist. Mo Xiaoyao smiled. "Your father doesn't need to save you. I will have someone send you back. Someone come, take him to Tanjiji. He knows what to do. As for the others, lock them up first." This subordinate obeys. The innkeeper stepped forward, picked up the Prime Minister's son, and took him to the rear courtyard. The other people were also taken away one after another, and the messy inn suddenly became quiet and silent. Yi Li smiled at Mo Xiaoyao and said, "You plan to use these people to incite conflict between the northerners and the old officials of the previous dynasty. Will it work?" Mo Xiaoyao's smile was cold. "We'll know if it works after we try." Chapter 827. Queen Elan came to visit on the second day after Ren Qining set out. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li had already left the inn and were living in an ordinary courtyard in the city. Although quite a few children of nobles had gone missing, they did not know how Tanjiji did it. These nobles all had the same goal and did not report this suspicious matter to Ren Qining. Therefore, Ren Qining did not know what kind of changes had happened in his palace. Complacently, he led his army to attack Zijing Pass. Although the north had not been established for a long time, the nobles in the court, especially the old officials of the previous dynasty, had long lost the fighting spirit to establish a country. They had waited for too long. It was so long that if Ren Qining's generation could not do it, they would very likely give up on this illusory and ethereal dream of becoming a rich country. Therefore, although they were still far from achieving the goal of becoming a rich country that their ancestors had envisioned, they had already established a large country. In their view, as long as they chased away or killed those people from the north, they would have succeeded. Therefore, they had worked hard for too long. Now, it was naturally time for them to enjoy it. Now, in the eyes of these old officials of the previous dynasty, the so-called important matters of the court were far less important than their own matters. They had obtained gold, silver, and jewelry, land and mansions, their beautiful wives and concubines, and their children and grandchildren. They had worked hard for so many generations for the Lin family. Now, it was naturally time for them to reap the rewards. Therefore, no one felt that the matter of their son being kidnapped was very strange, or that some kind of power might have infiltrated Chongqing City. They only knew that they had to save their children and grandchildren. They could not let the kidnappers kill their children and grandchildren. Among them, the current prime minister was the most concerned, because the one who was kidnapped was the son of his most beloved concubine, who was also imperial concubine Yun's younger brother. Princess, Queen Helan requests an audience. In the courtyard, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao were sitting across from each other, playing chess. Hearing the report from the guard outside, Yi Li threw down the chess piece and said with a smile, "Let her in." Not long after, Queen Helan walked in with a group of people. Behind her was the leading man from the northern region who had fought in the day before yesterday. It was said that he was Queen Helan's cousin, Prince Ding, Princess Ding. Queen Helan smiled brightly, without the shyness and coyness of a Central Plains woman. Yi Li smiled and said, "Thank you for coming here personally. Please sit." Queen Helan did not stand on ceremony. She sat down opposite Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao and said with a smile, "Prince Ding and Princess Ding are really capable. If my cousin had not entered the palace and told me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that the two of you had arrived in the northern region." Yi Li said apologetically, "We came in a hurry and did not have time to greet the queen. Please forgive us." Queen Helan waved her hand and said, "You don't have to be polite with me. I'm very happy that Prince Ding and your highness can come in person. At least this proves that the two of you are sincere about cooperating with the northern region, isn't it?" Yi Li glanced sideways at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly, indicating that he would leave everything to her. Yi Li nodded and stopped beating around the bush with Queen Helan. She looked at the two people sitting there and asked, "Can Queen Helan decide everything in the northern region?" Queen Helan smiled and said, "The tribes of the northern region have secretly elected my father as the Khan. Even if there is something I can't decide, my father can always decide. Your Highness, please rest assured." Yi Li nodded with satisfaction, but sighed inwardly. The people of the northern region were not as scheming as they thought. At the very least, Queen Helan, her father, and this seemingly wise young man in front of him were not easy to deal with. That's good. The Prince Ding mansion can help the northern region deal with Ren Qining. It will ensure that he and his forces will have no chance to stir up trouble in the northern region. But at the same time, the northern region must promise that after the matter is settled, all of them will return to the border between the northern region and the original Dechu state. I wonder if Queen Helan has any objections? Yi Li said faintly. Queen Helan nodded and said, "No problem. We just want to live our original life. Although we northern region people are not as smart as you central plainsmen, we don't want to be used as a tool." Every time Ren Qining went to war, he always had the army of the northern region rush to the forefront. This was because the army of the northern region was braver than the newly formed Central Plains army. But it was also because he wanted to weaken the army of the northern region and reduce the population of the northern region in this way. Now that the northern region had established a country, its land area had expanded. But the people of the northern region were not good at farming, and many of them were not used to the life of the Central Plains. Their lives were even more difficult than before. Although the people under Ren Qining are selfish and insatiable, but many of them are really capable. Moreover, Ren Qining is always on guard against us. Now that he has gone to war, he has taken most of the soldiers of the northern region with him. Most of the soldiers stationed in Chongqing City are from the Central Plains. After 2 years of war, There are only about 300,000 soldiers left in the northern region, but Rinchining has more than 1 million soldiers from the Central Plains. I wonder what Prince Ding and Princess Ding plan to do. The young man who had been silent all this time asked, but there was a hint of resentment in his tone. There were only about 300,000 soldiers left in the northern region, and this could be considered a gift from the Prince Ding mansion. In the Battle of the Chu capital last year, the northern region lost more than 200,000 soldiers, and at the same time, all the tribes in the northern region hated Rin Qining to death. Yili did not care about his attitude. When two armies fought, there was naturally no time for mercy. Moreover, many people from the Chu state and the Prince Ding mansion had died in order to protect the Chu capital. Between the two countries, there were no eternal friends or eternal enemies. At least for now, when it came to Rin Qining, their goals were the same, weren't they? Yili said calmly. Rin Qining does have more soldiers in the northern region, but I'm afraid that there are not many that can be used. Both Mo Xiaoyao and Yili were people who came from the military. Naturally, they knew the difference between the soldiers who had just joined the army and did not know anything and the so-called elite soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles. If they really fought, 10 of the Central Plains soldiers under Rin Qining's command might not be able to defeat one soldier from the northern region. It was not that they were too weak, but compared to the valiant elite soldiers who had galloped through the White Mountains and Black Waters and fought among the various tribes, they were just a group of ordinary people who had just picked up weapons. Moreover, these soldiers were originally the people of the Chu state. When it comes to important times, they might not be loyal to Rin Qining. The reputation of the orphan of the previous dynasty was good, but that was because the people had a better life after careful management. Only then would they start to miss the distant previous dynasty. But now, Rin Qining had established a country and occupied the Chu state as the prince consort of the northern region. In the eyes of many people, he was just an invader who looked like someone from the Central Plains. Moreover, the people of the northern region did not have a good life these past 2 years. On the contrary, it was Rin Qining who recruited soldiers that made the people suffer. The area outside of the Bauhinia Pass was close to the barbarian lands and had always been sparsely populated. Rin Qining recruited more than 2 million soldiers in just 2 years. How could the people not complain? Chapter 828. Queen Helan blinked and said with a smile, I forgot. With Prince Ding here, why worry about those soldiers not being willing to change sides? The Prince Ding mansion's position and appeal in the hearts of the people of the Chu state had been seen by Queen Helan of the Chu state and Glass City. This was also the reason why they agreed to the conditions so readily. They weren't strong enough to compete with the Prince Ding mansion for this place. If we withdraw from the Chu state, what will happen to the soldiers that Rin Qining took away? The young man asked with a frown. Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao looked at each other. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, Isn't this a problem you should consider? The young man's face darkened. So many people are just going to be used as cannon fodder by Rin Qining. Those are the bravest men of the north. Mo Xiaoyao said leisurely, Did I ask you to agree to Rin Qining's dispatch of troops? You gave I trouble, and you still expect I to help you withdraw your troops? When he thought of the soldiers surrounding Bauhinia Pass, Mo Xiaoyao was also a little unhappy. Queen Helan pulled on her hot-tempered cousin and smiled apologetically at Yili. Prince Ding, Princess, we can't do anything. Rin Qining is determined to go to war. Unless we immediately fall out with him, what else can we do? We've already tried our best to delay him. Yili smiled slightly and pulled on Mo Xiaoyao's sleeve from behind. She shook her head slightly. Mo Xiaoyao put away his unhappy expression and didn't say anything else. Yili thought for a moment and said, It's not impossible to make him withdraw his troops. However, I don't have the slightest confidence in how many can be withdrawn. We can only plan slowly. Queen Helan said happily, I've long heard that Princess is resourceful. Today I see that it's true. Princess is straightforward, and we, the people of the North, are not stingy. As long as Princess Consort is willing to help us bring back our soldiers from the northern region, Helan is willing to tell you all the secret forces under Rin Qining. The Lin family can hide in a Chu state for 200 years and have such a huge force. Prince Ding and Princess don't want them to make a comeback after a few decades, right? Yili looked at Helan with some surprise. Queen Helan said with a smile, Princess doesn't have to be suspicious. These were all collected by my sister when she was alive. After all, she has been married to Rin Qining for more than 10 years. Naturally, she knows more than us. Yili pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Have been used by Rin Qining for the past few years. Even if they were to bring the 300,000 soldiers back, they would not be able to contend against the Mo family army in the short term. Queen Helan cupped her hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Princess. You and I each take our own benefits. You don't have to be polite. Passively waiting for Rin Qining to lead the army to attack Zijing Pass and encircle the Mahist army with the northern tribes. They might as well stab Rin Qining in the back a few times first. When the backyard was on fire, Rin Qining would have no time to make trouble for the Mahist army. After sending off Queen Helan and the others, Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and didn't say anything for a long time. Yi Li smiled sweetly and said, What's wrong? Mo Xiaoyao took her hand and held it in his palm. He said in a deep voice, I'm leaving. Yi Li nodded and said, I know. I will finish the matter in the north as soon as possible and go back to meet you. Now the Mahist army had started a full-scale war with the northern tribes in the north. This was different from last year's war. Last year, it was to snatch the Chu capital. It was not a matter of life and death for both sides. But this time, it was a war of life and death. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the two people in charge of the Prince Ding mansion to stay in the north. Even if it was to calm the army, one person must appear on the battlefield. It was not easy for Mo Xiaoyao to accompany Yi Li to the north and stay for so long. Let people keep an eye on Tan Jiji. He can't be trusted too much. If he doesn't know his place, just kill him. Mo Xiaoyao whispered. Knowing that he was worried about her, Yi Li leaned in his arms and whispered with a smile. You know, I always have a sense of propriety. I know what to do and what not to do. I won't put myself in danger. If she didn't care about life and death in the past, she wouldn't now. She had a husband who loved her, 3 underage children, and so many loved ones. No matter what the reason was, she would protect her own life. Mo Xiaoyao said in a depressed voice, How can I not be worried? I just want to find a place to hide you. I won't let anyone see you, and I won't let you encounter any danger. You're already so old, yet you're still so childish. Aren't you embarrassed? Yi Li helplessly rolled her eyes. She looked at him with a smile and said, I can't see anyone forever. Mo Xiaoyao's face became even more gloomy. I know, you can't let go of the Su family, your friends, and Mo Xiaobao. Speaking of Mo Xiaobao, Mo Xiaoyao gritted his teeth out of habit. Seeing his face full of resentment and jealousy, Yi Li smiled and gently kissed him on the lips. All right, if you don't need to care about the Prince Ding mansion in the future, and you still think like this, then I'll sacrifice myself. I'll sacrifice myself, and we'll go wherever you want? Mo Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Ali, are you serious? Yi Li blinked. Of course I'm serious. All right, once I pass the throne to Mo Xiaobao, we'll go live in seclusion. The gloominess on his handsome face was swept away, and Mo Xiaoyao's face was filled with high spirits. Seeing his excited face, Yi Li couldn't help but have black lines on her face. You're not planning on immediately passing the throne to him, right? She believed that Mo Xiaoyao would definitely do something so unreliable. Mo Xiaoyao hugged her and said with a bit of regret, I really want to do that. Seeing Yi Li's displeased eyes, he quickly continued, It's a pity that Mo Xiaobao's age is a bit too young. At least wait until he's able to get on a horse to fight, right? How about 14? I won't even be 14 before going to the battlefield. Mo Xiaobao was 8 years old this year. 14 would be 6 years later. What a wonderful thing. At that time, Su Qingshun would still be there. If Mo Xiaobao was smart, he could trick Su Qingshun into working for him for a few more years. Thinking like this, Mo Xiaoyao suddenly felt that the heavens were really good to him. It must be to make up for the rough and unlucky first half of his life that the heavens gave him such a promising second half. Seeing the happy face of the person in front of her, Yili speechlessly pushed him away and walked into the room. Mo Xiaoyao helplessly followed her. Before he left, he glanced at the wall not far away. His sleeves moved and a gust of wind blew. Something fell to the ground with a bang, and there was a muffled groan. After sending off Mo Xiaoyao, Yili turned around and walked in. The moment she walked in, she saw Tan Jiji sitting in the courtyard looking at her with a smile. But the way he sat was a bit strange. From time to time, he would reach out and touch a certain part of his shoulder. He couldn't help but grimace. Seeing his strange appearance, Yili faintly raised her eyebrows and said, "Why does young Master Tan have time to come over?" Chapter 829. Tan Jiji said with a smile, "Don't I have something to report to Prince Ding and Wang Fei?" I happened to see the prince and Wang Fei saying goodbye. This one did not want to disturb them and could only wait here. Yili looked at the dirt on his dark blue robes and said faintly, "Thank you, Tan Gongzi, for waiting so long. It really was a long wait." Tan Jiji gritted his teeth. Seeing Yili sit down in front of him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he said with a smile, "Prince Ding is really not worried about leaving Wang Fei alone in the north." Yili's fingertips flashed with silver light. With a whoosh, it flew past Tan Jiji's face and nailed to the tree behind him. Ignoring his teasing, Yili gave a faint smile and said, "Tan Gongzi, do you want to try and see why Prince is not worried about leaving me alone?" Tan Jiji quickly shook his head. He had not missed Mo Xiaoyao's words. If there's anyone who doesn't know their place, kill them. He also believed that Yili would definitely be able to kill him. He quickly changed the topic and said seriously, "I've already contacted the Prime Minister in the North, and I mentioned a little about my and Ren Qining's identities." Yili looked at him. "Why would he believe that you are real and Ren Qining is fake?" When Lin Yuan was born, the Lin family had experienced a great change. Several family members had taken the young master of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, and fled. Ren Qining had only been found by the retainers of the Lin family when she was almost 10 years old. Tan Jiji shook his head and said, "He did not believe me and does not need to. The previous dynasty has been gone for more than 200 years. Wang Fei, do you really think that it is important whether the orphan of the previous dynasty is real or fake? Those people just... Some can't forget the glory of the previous dynasty and their family, and some have no way out. Even if they did not find Ren Qining, there would still be Zhang Qining and Li Qining. They just need to believe that I can give them more than Ren Qining can give them. I'm afraid that will be somewhat difficult." Yili rubbed her forehead as she pondered. Even if Ren Qining was now in trouble, no matter how one looked at it, Ren Qining was still more successful than Tan Jiji and could bring more benefits to others. After all, Ren Qining had the northern border country, while Tan Jiji had nothing. If they gave up on Ren Qining, it meant that those people would have to struggle for another few decades. Would they, who had already begun to enjoy life, be willing to do so? Tan Jiji said with a faint smile, "It's indeed very difficult. However, it wasn't impossible. These old officials of the previous dynasty also had conflicts with Ren Qining. These people wanted to chase the people from the northern region away as soon as possible or kill them all. That way, they would be able to enjoy the fruits of their victory without having to share it equally with the northerners. But Ren Qining was more likely to use the people of the northern region to fight for him. However, the people of the northern region were no fools. If he wanted the people of the northern region to continue working for him, he would not allow Queen Helan to give birth to an imperial heir and make him the crown prince. And it just so happened that those old antiques couldn't tolerate it. This time, Ren Qining brought Queen Helan and Imperial Concubine Yun back to the palace for less than 2 days before Imperial Concubine Yun miscarried. The Prime Minister's manner believed that it was done by the people of the northern region and wanted Ren Qining to severely punish Queen Helan. However, Ren Qining was in a hurry to send troops to attack Zijing Pass and suppress the matter. What's the truth of the matter? Yili raised her eyebrows and asked. Tan Jiji said, it's possible that it really was done by the people of the northern region. After all, the people of the northern region would definitely not allow Sir Imperial Concubine Yun to give birth to a prince of the Central Plains. However, it's also possible that Imperial Concubine Yun was tired from the journey and really had an accidental miscarriage. However, who would care about this kind of thing? The people of the Central Plains only wanted to use this matter to denounce the people of the northern region. Regardless of whether it was done by the people of the northern region or not, at least they were happy to see it. As for Ren, he could only keep the peace for the time being. So, the Prime Minister is dissatisfied with Ren? Yili asked. Tan Jiji said with a smile. It's nothing much. In the eyes of those people, the country has already been decided. As for who becomes the emperor, it doesn't matter. As long as it can bring them more benefits, there's nothing wrong with replacing Ren with Tan Jiji. Even if they want to climb up and become emperor one day, I won't be surprised. I'm very sorry. You won't be able to become the emperor this time. Yili apologized sincerely. Tan Jiji pouted and said, It's fine. I don't want to be the emperor of the northern region, and I don't want to be a puppet either. He wanted to restore the country, but he didn't want to be a puppet that couldn't make any decisions on its own. Moreover, this puppet had the name of the barbarians attached to it. Seeing that Ren was a little disappointed, Yili asked with some curiosity, Have you done anything that you wanted to do in your life? Tan Jiji looked at her and said, Yes, I've been doing it all this time. The corner of Yili's mouth twitched slightly and said, Are you talking about restoring the country? What's wrong with that? Tan Jiji didn't think much of it. His biggest dream in this life was to restore the country. Hadn't he been doing it all this time? Although there hadn't been any results. Yili shook her head and looked at him with a complicated expression. She said, I can see that you really want to restore the country. Tan Jiji had interacted with Yili a few times, so he had some understanding of her. He asked, Princess, you don't seem to agree. Yili smiled faintly and said, Everyone has their own ambitions. I'm not a descendant of the imperial family, so I naturally don't understand that feeling. It's just that, if you want to drag the world into the flames of war for your family, is it really necessary? Tan Jiji's face darkened and said, What do you mean by is it necessary? This world originally belonged to my Lin family. Yili said indifferently, Before your Lin family, this world was surnamed Shui. If you can directly kill the emperor and change the dynasty, I wouldn't have any objections even if you change the emperor every day. However, every time there's a change of dynasty, the ones who suffer the most are the ordinary people. They don't owe your Lin family anything. On the contrary, it was your Lin family's ancestors who were incompetent and dragged them into the flames of war. After that, the descendants of the Lin family all worked hard to drag them into the flames of war again. Tan Jiji was speechless. He didn't agree with Yi Li's words, but he faintly felt that what she said wasn't wrong. After a while, Tan Jiji laughed coldly and said, Princess's words are pleasant to hear. Then what are Princess and Prince Ding doing right now? Could it be that Princess wants to tell me that Prince Ding doesn't have the heart to fight for the world? Does Princess think that I won't believe it? Mo Xiaoyao's scheming was so deep that people couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that he was being controlled everywhere and had no choice. However, in just a few short years, he had turned the Prince Ding mansion from its years of depression and silence after the defeat into its current state, spanning the Dechu state and Xiling state, and occupying the capitals of the two major countries at the same time. How could such a change not be frightening? Looking back now, one would find that many things were clearly planned by Mo Xiaoyao in advance. Yili said lightly, So what if you believe it? So what if you don't believe it? Coincidentally, is the Prince Ding mansion going to stick its neck out and stab it? Young Master Tan? The Lin family's ancestors were just unwilling to admit their failure. As for you, it was just to fulfill your ambition. In fact, it has nothing to do with whether or not the country is restored. Tan Jiji was speechless again. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sigh and say, Perhaps Princess is right. However, I've already walked on this path for more than 30 years. Even if I wanted to stop, I couldn't. Yili raised her eyebrows. Just because you made a mistake in the beginning, you will continue to make the same mistake without hesitation? Then if there was a cliff in front of you, would young Master Tan also jump down without blinking? Tan Gigi smiled helplessly and said, perhaps. Chapter 830. Tan Gigi's efficiency was extremely high. Within a few days, he had secretly made friends with many of the influential people in Chongqing City. Yili looked at the news sent by the spies of the Prince Ding mansion in Chongqing City every day and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Tan Gigi was able to fool Mo Jingli, Mo Jingqi, and the saintess of Nanjiang, Shu Manlin, all these years. His ability and methods were indeed not small. It was a pity that time didn't wait for him. Shu Manlin and Mo Jingqi died one after another, and Mo Jingli suspected them of being abandoned. All of his plans and calculations could only fall short of success. Although he knew of Yi Li's ability, Mo Xiaoyao had always been extremely worried about Yi Li's safety. So when he left, not only did he leave behind Qin Feng, Zhu Jing, and Lin Han, who usually followed Yi Li, he also transferred over He Su, who was originally guarding the Chu capital. Yi Li didn't make an error of judgment that year. Compared to Zhu Jing, Lin Han, and Wei Lin, He Su was more suitable to lead troops in a battle. In just a short 10 years, He Su had used his own ability to obtain a place among the generals of the Dechu state. At that time, he took advantage of the opportunity when Mo Jingli moved the capital down south to expand without restraint. So when the Chu capital was besieged, He Su was able to lead 200,000 troops to rescue it. In these 10 years, He Su could be said to have completely relied on his own ability to obtain his current position. It was believed that in another 10 years, he would definitely become another Zhang Qilan and Lu Jingxian. With these four people, whether it was martial arts or strategy, they were extremely outstanding. Mo Xiaoyao was also more assured of Yi Li's safety. Wang Fei. In the study, He Su stood in front of the desk, respectfully waiting for Yi Li's orders. Yi Li looked at him for a long time before she smiled and said, He Su, you are already a great general in charge of thousands of soldiers and horses. Now that you are following me, what do you have to say? He Su bowed respectfully to Yi Li and said with a serious expression, This subordinate is able to achieve what I have today because of Wang Fei. It's just that this subordinate was originally Wang Fei's bodyguard, but I didn't serve Wang Fei like second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. Now that I am able to follow Princess Consort and reunite with my three brothers, it is this subordinate's fortune. He Su's achievements over the years could be said to be astonishing. After all, he went from an ordinary person to a commander in 10 years. But these changes were not worth mentioning compared to the great changes in the Prince Ding mansion over the years. He Su naturally did not have any bad thoughts after being transferred by Mo Xiaoyao to Yi Li's side. Compared to other people, they had once been Princess Ding's shadow guard and understood Wang Fei's abilities and position in the prince's heart. To be able to follow Wang Fei was a fortune that others could not ask for. Yi Li smiled faintly and said, That's good. The reason the prince transferred you back to my side is because I really do need someone to lead soldiers in a battle. It's not because I want to take away your military power. When I sent you to the army, it proves that I feel you are suitable for the army. In these years, you have not disappointed me. After this matter, you will go back to lead soldiers. I hope you understand. Yi Li did not feel that everyone in the world should be unconditionally loyal to her, without complaint or regret. It was said that a fine bird chose a tree to nest in. Transferring a great general to be a guard was a waste of talent, and it was too presumptuous of her to want him to have no complaints. Even if He Su did not feel wronged, Yi Li felt that she should make things clear to him to avoid any misunderstandings that would make everyone unhappy. This subordinate understands. Many thanks, Princess Consort. He Su was truly grateful to Yi Li from the bottom of his heart. He had originally been a shadow guard of the Prince Ding mansion. If not for Yi Li, even if he was trusted by his master, he would not have become a general. And he found that Wang Fei's original view was not wrong. Compared to being a guard, he preferred to kill on the battlefield. Yi Li nodded and said, Take my token to find Queen Helan. She will find a way to arrange for you to enter the army in the north. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Yisu only thought for a moment, and then understood Yi Li's thoughts. He frowned slightly and said, Princess Consort wants to incite the Central Plains soldiers in the army in the north to rebel. Yi Li smiled and nodded. Yes. Also, we only have 1.5 months at most. Therefore, your mission is somewhat difficult. Is there a problem? Yisu thought for a while before saying, the army in the north has only occupied the Chu state for 2 years, but they have recruited large amounts of soldiers to the point that the people have no way to make a living. This subordinate thought that the middle and lower level generals of the Central Plains soldiers would not have any loyalty to the north. If we add on the reputation of the Prince Ding mansion, it should not be hard to convince them. Hearing him say this, Yi Li nodded in satisfaction. She picked up a file from the side and said, this is a list of the generals in the north who did not go with Renqining and their backgrounds. Take it and do as you see fit. You can tell them that as long as they pledge allegiance to the Prince Ding mansion, this consort will not pursue the matter of them following Renqining to attack the Chu capital. Their military ranks and positions will remain unchanged. If they perform meritorious deeds, the Prince Ding mansion will not be reluctant to reward them. Yisu was also delighted. If these Central Plains soldiers said that they were loyal to Renqining, it would be a joke. But their biggest worry was that they had followed Renqining to attack the Chu state. They were afraid that the Mahist army would settle accounts with them after the battle. Now that they had Princess Ding's personal promise, they naturally had no worries. After all, compared to Renqining, anyone would think that choosing the Prince Ding mansion was more reliable. Putting away the file, Yisu said respectfully, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will leave now. Go. I will send Lin Han and Qi Lin to secretly assist you. If necessary, we can use extreme measures. After all, we are in a hurry. Yes. Chongqing City. On the surface, there seemed to be no difference from usual. But in many places, there were already turbulent undercurrents surging in secret. However, no one knew that all these changes came from the quiet and graceful woman in this seemingly ordinary little courtyard in the city. In the Prime Minister's manner, the current Prime Minister of the Northern Territories looked somewhat doubtfully at the few people before him. Finally, his gaze fell on the white-clothed girl beside Tan Jiji, his gaze flickering. Young Master Tan, this lady is? Without waiting for Tan Jiji to speak, that white-clothed girl said mildly, Prime Minister Yun, this little girl's surname is Dongfang. Dongfang? Infinite Boundless Mountain? That's impossible. The Prime Minister stood up in shock, staring at that white-clothed girl. Beside him, Tan Jiji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Looking at the Prime Minister, he said with a straight face, Why is it impossible? The Prime Minister said, Young Master Tan is trying to fool this old man. Infinite Boundless Mountain has long since sided with King Li. How can this lady be a descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain? Could it be that young Master Tan thinks that my northern territories are so remote that we don't know anything? Tan Jiji shrugged, looking at the girl sitting opposite him. The white-clothed girl laughed coldly, saying mildly, Who said that Infinite Boundless Mountain can only have one descendant? Moreover, Dongfang Yu's reputation in Glass City has long since been completely destroyed. How can she still be a descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain? This, while he had always been in Chongqing City, the Prime Minister still knew what he should know. Naturally, he also knew what Yi Li meant by completely destroyed reputation. His brows furrowed as he thought, could it be that Infinite Boundless Mountain is planning to hide behind the scenes? Chapter 831. Looking at the frowning, serious old man before him, Tan Jiji shook his head inwardly. Luckily, he had no intention of cooperating with this old man. Otherwise, how could a person whose imagination would be so happy with just a casual sentence be reliable? The Prime Minister was silent for a while before looking at the two of them, asking, Miss, why should I believe that you are a descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain? The white-clothed girl asked mildly. Infinite Boundless Mountain's descendants usually don't need the so-called official seal as proof. How does Minister Yin want to prove it? I heard that Infinite Boundless Mountain's descendants are proficient in the 4 arts. The 4 arts? poetry, singing and dancing, astrology, medicine, and divination. I wonder if Miss is able to treat Little Fool. When Tanjiji had sent that young master of the Prime Minister's manor back, he had already fallen unconscious. The Prime Minister could do anything, but even the famous doctors of the city had not been able to treat him. It was not that he had not suspected Tanjiji, but afterwards he had sent people to investigate. His son had indeed been harmed by those northern barbarians, and the poison his son had been inflicted with was said to be a secret medicine of the north that had almost been lost. The white-clothed girl said mildly, "I already know of the poison that your son has been inflicted with. To be honest, I am indeed unable to treat it now. However, Infinite Boundless Mountain has a 1,000-year-old blood mushroom that can treat this poison. After young Master Tan told me, I have already sent people back to retrieve it." That Prime Minister was also not an easy person to fool, but he was a classic example of not letting go until he saw the rabbit. This old man has indeed heard that Infinite Boundless Mountain has a 1,000-year-old blood mushroom. Since that is the case, this old man will wait for Mrs. Medicine. His meaning was that he should believe her identity and wait until he saw the 1,000-year-old blood mushroom. The white-clothed girl did not mind, nodding, "That is also good. It will take at most 1.5 months to go to Infinite Boundless Mountain and return. I also hope that Minister Yin can keep his word. Otherwise, the price of playing with my Infinite Boundless Mountain." With a cracking sound, the teacup in that slender, jade-like hand had already turned into dust. The white-clothed girl stood up and said to Tanjiji, "Young Master Tan, since Minister Yin does not wish to talk now, let's go. You and I will go back first. It won't be too late to talk after the 1,000-year-old blood mushroom arrives. Young Master has already waited for so many years. A few more days won't matter." Tanjiji smiled. "Miss is right. Please." The Prime Minister saw that Tanjiji's smile contained a trace of respect and caution, and his confidence in the white-clothed woman's identity increased by 2 points. Thinking about it again, there was no need for Tanjiji to lie to him. Before this Miss Dongfang had appeared, he had already planned to cooperate with Tanjiji. Thus, the existence of the Infinite Boundless Mountain was not the most important thing. Thinking of this, the Prime Minister hurriedly said, "Young Master Tan, Miss Dongfang, please wait. We still need to have a good talk." The two of them turned around and looked at the old man without any surprise. The Prime Minister sighed and said, "Young Master Tan, Miss Dongfang, please take a seat. Let's have a good talk." It was not that he did not want to whet Tanjiji's appetite, so that it would be easier for him to state his conditions. It was just that they couldn't afford to wait. Rin Xining was indecisive and reluctant to take action against the people of the northern region to restore the orthodoxy of the Central Plains, but the people of the northern region kept pressuring them. These old officials who had been assisting the Lin family for generations were naturally unwilling to share their hard-earned achievements with those barbarians. Rin Xining gradually began to feel dissatisfied with the restrictions they placed on her. It was also because of this that the Prime Minister was moved when Tanjiji appeared. Tanjiji was different from Rin Xining. Rin Xining was taught by them from a young age, and had already grasped most of the power of the Lin family. However, Tanjiji was a complete outsider. Even if he was supported to the throne, he would definitely not be able to grasp the power in a short period of time. When the time came, these old officials would still have to assist him. More importantly, Tanjiji had no relationship with the people of the northern region, nor did he have any so-called kindness. Naturally, he would not hesitate to take action against the people of the northern region. The two of them sat down again. Yili smiled indifferently and said, "Since the Prime Minister wants to talk, we will naturally accompany him. What does the Prime Minister want to say?" The Prime Minister frowned slightly and looked at the two of them and said, "If we agree to help young Master Tan ascend to the throne, what can young Master Tan promise us old officials? You must know that even if we do nothing now, we can still enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth." Glory, splendor, and wealth? The white-clothed girl smiled coldly, a trace of disdain flashing across her beautiful face. Everywhere the northern region goes, there is no place where the people do not have a livelihood. In terms of prosperity, this so-called Northern Region royal city cannot compare to the Chu capital, which has just experienced the flames of war. Such glory and wealth, even the Prime Minister thinks that it is not bad. It seems that the previous dynasty has indeed been dead for too long, such that the nobles of the previous dynasty have long forgotten their former glory. They only want to occupy a small place and live in peace. If that is the case, young Master Tan and this lady have come to the wrong place. Lady Dongfang, being mocked so mercilessly by the white-clothed girl, Prime Minister Yun's face also turned a little ugly. However, he had to admit that her words were not false. Chongqing City was not even comparable to some of the larger cities in the Central Plains, let alone the Chu capital emperor of Shiling's City and Glass City. Looking at Prime Minister Yun, the white-clothed girl said rather proudly, "As long as Prime Minister Yun fulfills your promise, Infinite Boundless Mountain will naturally assist the northern region in restoring its economy and livelihood. Also, Infinite Boundless Mountain can also secretly persuade Mo Jingli and Genom of Gojoseon to work together to deal with the Prince Ding Mansion. At that time, the Prince Ding Mansion will naturally not be a difficult matter. Conquering the Chu capital will naturally be a matter of time." Hearing her words, the Prime Minister could not help but feel pleased as he looked deeply at that white-clothed girl before looking at Tan Jiji. From what this old man knows, the successors of Infinite Boundless Mountain in the past have all been married off to someone of lower status. If that is the case in the future, Tan Jiji's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Prime Minister need not worry. If this matter really succeeds, the future queen will definitely come from the Yun family." Oh, the Prime Minister clearly did not believe it. After all, they were all clear on Infinite Boundless Mountain's reputation and habits. The white-clothed girl smiled sweetly. Prime Minister need not doubt it. Actually, Infinite Boundless Mountain originally did not intend to interfere in these matters this time. It is just that the Prince Ding Mansion has humiliated Infinite Boundless Mountain too much in Glass City. If we are unable to retaliate, the world will even look down on Infinite Boundless Mountain. Once this matter succeeds, this lady will return to the mountain and no longer concern herself with worldly affairs. So that is how it is. The Prime Minister relaxed slightly, smiling. The white-clothed girl nodded, smiling. "Since both of us are satisfied with our conditions, I will have to trouble Prime Minister Yun. Of course, Infinite Boundless Mountain and young Master Tan will also help in secret. I believe that the day when Prime Minister Yun officially becomes the king's father-in-law will also be just around the corner." These words struck the Prime Minister's heart as he chuckled. Many thanks for Lady's auspicious words. Seeing Lady act like this old man finally believes that Lady is truly a descendant of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Lady is so outstanding amongst women. In this world, only that princess consort of the Ding Kingdom would be able to match you. The white-clothed girl smiled mildly before taking her leave of Tan Jiji. Exiting the Prime Minister's manor, Tan Jiji's expression instantly turned ugly. "Princess, isn't this pretense of yours a little too big?" The white-clothed girl's features were elegant and elegant, a smile on her face. Wasn't this the Yi Li in disguise? That Prime Minister had just been comparing her to the Prince Ding Mansion. How would he have thought that the Princess Ding he spoke of was right in front of him? Chapter 832. Yi Li said with a smile, "So what if it's just a pretense? It's fine as long as people believe it. Since it doesn't cost money, the more the better. What thousand-year blood Ganoderma? What Infinite Boundless Mountain helping to restore the people's lives? What alliance with the Chu state to deal with the Prince Ding Mansion in the Western Tomb, as well as that illusory position of queen?" Yi Li was indeed rambling on endlessly. But the important thing was that people believed it. Tan Jiji said, "When the time comes, where will we go to find Infinite Boundless Mountain for help? Infinite Boundless Mountain probably wants to tear you and Prince Ding apart right now, right?" Yi Li said with a smile, "Does young Master Tan think that they can wait for more than a month? When the time comes, how will they still have the time to think about all this? When the time comes, those so-called old officials of the previous dynasty would only be thinking about how to hold on to their names. Yili didn't really intend to help Tan Jiji ascend to the throne. No matter how many days he was on the throne, it would still be different. The Northern Territory would still rise and fall because of Ren Qining. Tan Jiji was silent for a long time before finally sighing, "Princess's methods are good. I believe that at this time, the people of the Prince Ding Mansion have already infiltrated the Northern Territory army. Otherwise, Princess wouldn't have appeared to meet that Prime Minister of the Northern Territory." Yili said with a faint smile, "Young master overpraises me. I have no other choice. We have to break up Ren Qining's power as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be trouble." No matter how weak the Northern Territory was, it was still a country, and they only had so many people here. If they couldn't deal a fatal blow to it as soon as possible, by the time Ren Qining reacted, they would also have to bear the consequences. Elsewhere, in a large camp not far from Prosperous City, Hisu, dressed in the garb of a general of the Northern Territory, was currently pouring wine for a few generals with a smile on his face. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere in the tent gradually became more lively. One of them grabbed Hisu's arm and asked in a low voice, "Brother, was what you said last time true?" Hearing this, not only Hisu, but the others also stopped, staring at Hisu. Obviously, the people who were talking to him were of the same mind. Hisu laughed brightly and said, "Although little brother is new here, I am indebted to several big brother's care. Do you think I would harm you?" "That may be the case, but now that we're in the Northern Army, we're constantly being ordered to beat up our own people. It was fine in the past. Mo Jingqi wasn't a good person either. If he hadn't chased away Prince Ding, would we have fallen to this state? But now we have to fight against the Mahist army. How can we not be afraid?" When the Mahist army was mentioned, the others could not help but change their expressions. Last year, they had also gone to attack Chujing. If it was not for the Mahist army coming to help, Chujing would have already fallen. Hisu smiled and said, "Isn't that so?" Her brothers probably didn't know about it yet. Back then, the Mahist army had killed their way from Feihong Pass to the Chu capital to help the Chu capital. Along the way, the Northern Army had also suffered heavy casualties. Even when they reached the Chu capital, they still had that kind of power. Now, the Mahist army is waiting at Zijing Pass. It's good enough that they haven't killed their way out, but His Majesty still wants to provoke them. Isn't he seeking his own death by sending these innocent soldiers to their deaths? The others also deeply agreed. Hisu took in everyone's expressions and said, "Brothers, I won't hide it from you. Little brother has already decided to turn over a new leaf and rely on the Prince Ding Mansion. In any case, we are all people of the Central Plains. Why should we work for the Northern Army? Besides, the Prince Ding Mansion is known for being benevolent and righteous. They will certainly understand our difficulties and won't make things difficult for us." The others looked at each other and said with some difficulty, "That's true, but we don't have a way out. The Mahist army is far inside Zijing Pass. If we want to rely on them, I'm afraid we'll be destroyed by them first." Hisu laughed in a low voice. He took out a token and said, "Brothers, look at what this is." Everyone looked. It was a black jade token with the character Fix carved on it. They couldn't help but tremble. Hisu said with a smug smile, "This is Princess Ding's token. Wang Fei has promised that as long as little brother turns over a new leaf, I will definitely be promoted in the future and have a bright future." The people present were jealous and envious. To be able to receive Princess Ding's jade, token, and promise, Hisu's good fortune was not small. "Brother, The others stared fixedly at Hisu, wanting to speak but hesitating. Hisu smiled generously and said, "Brothers, don't worry. Little brother naturally will not let brothers drink the soup when little brother has meat to eat. We brothers will naturally share blessings and hardships together." Brother, he is right. Everyone praised in unison. Their gazes when they looked at Hisu became even friendlier. Hisu had infiltrated the Northern Army for less than a month. Originally, it should not have been so smooth. However, he had Queen Helin and the other nobles of the northern region, as well as the old officials of the previous dynasty, led by Prime Minister Yun, who were either actively or unknowingly escorting him in secret. Naturally, his identity was watertight, and he was like a fish in water in the army. Yili also gave him a lot of information. Qin Feng, Lin Han, and the others helped him in secret. He himself had been in the army for many years. He naturally got along well with these mid-level generals. Not long after, he circled out the people he could make friends with, rope in, and turn over. After a few intentional and unintentional probing, there were people who could not help but come and drink with him. He took the opportunity to talk about this matter. It went very smoothly. Under the night sky, a black figure sneaked out of the army camp. When he turned back to look at the quiet army camp in the night and sighed in relief, a low and laughing voice came from behind him. "Brother Huang, where are you really going?" The man in black suddenly turned back. He could not help but narrow his eyes. A person slowly walked out from the shadow under the tree. It was Isu, who had been drinking and conspiring with him at the same table not long ago. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, the man in black pulled down the black cloth on his face and said with a smile, "Hien, why haven't you slept yet?" Isu said with a smile, "Brother Huang hasn't slept yet. I don't dare. I'm afraid that I'll be executed for treason tomorrow morning." The man in black's expression changed. He said sternly, "If that's the case, you still dare to collude with others to commit treason? If you stop now, I can still let you go on account of our friendship." Isu looked up at the sky and said with a faint smile, "Brother Huan now, I should let you go, right? Also, my name is not Hien. I'm the general under Princess Ding's command, Isu." The man in black's expression became even more unsightly. He looked to the side and flew in another direction. But how could he be a match for Isu, who was a shadow guard of the Prince Ding mansion? Isu's figure rose and fell a few times. Under the moonlight, the man in black fell to the ground dead. You and I are just serving different masters. Even if we die, we have no regrets." Isu sighed softly. Chapter 833. In less than a month and a half, Isu had roped in nearly half of the troops near Chongqing. Naturally, there was a lot of bloodshed in the dark, but on the surface, it was as calm as ever. "Your Highness's methods are really admirable." In the small courtyard, Queen Helan sat in front of Yi Li and said with a smile. Their gazes towards Yi Li were filled with even more admiration. In just over a month, she could control half of the troops in Chongqing and even infiltrate the stubborn Central Plains people. Queen Helan admitted that she couldn't do it. Although she was from a northern region and was naturally hostile to the Central Plains people, Queen Helan had to admit that she probably couldn't have imagined Yi Li could do so much. Yi Li shook her head and said with a faint smile, "Your Highness flatters me. It's just a coincidence that I took advantage of the loophole. It wouldn't be so easy if it were in another place." It wasn't that Yi Li was modest. In fact, even Yi Li herself didn't expect it to be so smooth. It was really because the northern region was too loose. Although these old officials of the previous dynasty were well-versed in scheming and plotting against others, they and their families were too far away from the politics and power of the court. As a result, the northern region looked good from top to bottom, but there were loopholes everywhere inside. Even if the Prince Ding mansion didn't scheme against Ren Qining, if Ren Qining didn't reorganize himself, the northern region wouldn't last 10 years. Queen Helan said with a smile, "Those who can seize the opportunity are smart people. However, those old men from the Central Plains are the most suspicious. You've done so many things, but they didn't notice." These days, the people of the northern region had been secretly preparing to return outside the pass after they were taken to attack Zijing Pass. On the other hand, they did their best to create trouble for the Central Plains people to distract their attention. But they didn't even notice that their military power had been taken away by others. This was too much. Could it be that all the Central Plains soldiers wanted to rebel against Ren Qining? Then how bad was Ren Qining's reputation? Yi Li played with the teacup in her hand and said with a smile, "They should find out soon. Don't forget that the Yun family also has a lot of military power. They will definitely find out that something is wrong." It had to be said that this was another mistake of Ren Qining's. Or rather, It couldn't be said to be a mistake. It was something that had to be done. Princess Consort, Prime Minister Yun's residence, has sent an invitation to invite Princess Consort to the residence for a chat. Zhuo Jing walked in with an invitation and presented it to Yili. Yili took it and took a look. It was indeed an invitation from Prime Minister Yun's residence. The dazzling golden post was outlined with an exquisite pattern of auspicious clouds, and it looked rather magnificent. "Where is Tan Jiji?" Yili asked. Zhuo Jing said, "Young Master Tan was invited to the Prime Minister's residence this morning. I'm afraid the Prime Minister's residence has already discovered that something is amiss. That's why I sent an invitation to invite Princess Consort over. I want to be a turtle in a jar." Yili stood up and said with a smile, "Then let's go meet this loyal minister of the previous dynasty. Send someone to inform Hisu to pay attention to the soldiers and horses outside the city. If there are any accidents, don't be polite. In addition, let Qin Feng block all the roads to the Purple Thorns Pass. Without my order, no information is allowed to be sent to the Purple Thorns Pass." This subordinate obeys. Zhuo Jing received the order and left. Queen Helan also stood up and said with a smile, "I have to thank you this time. I will also go back and let them prepare while cooperating with you." "All right, do you still want those ministers of enchanting? Can I kill them?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Queen, please do as you wish." She brought Zhuo Jing and Lin Han into the Prime Minister's residence. Looking at Prime Minister Yun's smile that hid a knife, Yili didn't care. However, Tan Jiji had already been restrained by someone. Yili couldn't help but smile and said, "Young Master Tan, what's wrong with you?" Yili didn't believe that with Tan Jiji's ability, he could still be restrained by the people of the Prime Minister's residence when he was on guard. Tan Jiji shrugged with a smile and said, "Aren't I waiting for you to come and save me?" Seeing the two talking and laughing casually, not looking down on him in the slightest, Prime Minister Yun's face couldn't help but darken. He laughed coldly and said, "This lady, why don't you tell me where you are from? Don't tell me that you are really from the infinite boundless mountain?" Yili smiled faintly and said, "Since Prime Minister Yun didn't believe me from the start, why bother asking?" With this, the Prime Minister naturally knew that he had indeed been fooled by the two in front of him. Yili said that he didn't believe them from the start, but that wasn't right either. He was only half believing and half doubting. It was only because Tan Jiji had a request for him, and these two were also in Chongqing City, which could be considered to be under his control, that he didn't care. However, he didn't expect these two to be so capable that they could actually control half of the troops in the north in just over a month. "You are from the Prime Minister's residence." The Prime Minister stared at the two and asked coldly. Other than the people from the Prince Ding mansion, he really couldn't think of anyone else who had such ability and means. Tan Jiji smiled helplessly and didn't answer. Yili nodded sweetly and said, "Yili greets Prime Minister Yun. You're Princess Ding." Hearing this, Prime Minister Yun couldn't help but scream and almost fell to the ground. Yili was a little helpless. Was her name so scary? Prime Minister Yun fell back into the armchair in a daze. After a while, he sighed and said, "What a Princess Ding. Such courage and means. I think the princess has been planning with those barbarians in the north for a long time, right?" Prime Minister Yun wasn't a fool. The Prince Ding mansion had made such a big move in the north, but they didn't notice it until now. There must be someone helping them from the inside. Yili sighed softly and said, "It's not that the Prince Ding mansion is cruel. The king of the northern region and the Northern Tribes Alliance want to destroy the Prince Ding mansion and overturn the Central Plains. This move is really too vicious. If they succeed, the Prince Ding mansion will be attacked from both sides. So, we can only take the risk and cut off their escape route. Please forgive us, Prime Minister Yun. Winner takes all. Princess, there's no need to say more." Prime Minister Yun stared at Yi Li's beautiful face and said sternly, "Princess Ding has such courage and means at such a young age. Even I have to say that I admire you. However, since the Prince Ding mansion already knows that their status has declined, they still dare to come to the Prime Minister's residence. It seems that they don't respect me at all." Yili smiled faintly and said, "Prime Minister Yun is a senior. How can I refuse a senior summons? Good, good, good. Prime Minister Yun said good 3 times in a row. He was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. He said sternly, "Since you dare to enter my Prime Minister's residence, if I don't make you stay, wouldn't the dignity of the North be lost?" Prime Minister Yun, even if the North's dignity is lost, we are the ones losing face. What does it have to do with you? A female voice with a slight smile sounded from outside the door. Queen Helan walked in with a few people from the north. It was as if the entire Prime Minister's residence had entered an empty space. Prime Minister Yun's eyes narrowed. He stared at Queen Helan and said, "I was wondering why you barbarians from the north would collude with the Prince Ding mansion. So it's because of you." At that time, when Queen Helan made a fuss about going to Li City, everyone thought that it was because she was angry with Imperial concubine Yun. No one cared. They didn't think that it would bring disaster to the north. Chapter 834. Queen Helan's pretty face darkened, and she said coldly, "Old man surnamed Yun, you're shameless. Your master Rin Chening relied on my cousin and uncle's status and power to become the king of the northern region. That's why you old men have such a good life today. But now you're burning the bridge after crossing the river and pushing out the people of the northern region everywhere. Every time there's a war, you let the men of the northern region rush to the front while you take advantage of the situation from behind. More than 700,000 men of the northern region entered the pass, but now there are less than 300,000 people left. You can't tolerate it and push us aside everywhere. It's really disgusting. No wonder you haven't been able to restore your country for hundreds of years. It can be seen that the gods in heaven have eyes and know that you're all despicable villains. How can they let you succeed in restoring your country?" Prime Minister Yun was rebuked by Queen Helan, and his face turned green and purple. The most reprehensible thing about Rin Chening's establishment of the northern region was that he used the power of the people of the northern region. And it wasn't that he had subdued the people of the northern region and made them shrewd, but that he had inherited his father-in-law's position after marrying into the northern region. In this way, it was not legitimate for them to claim to be the orthodox family of the Central Plains. Even the children of the previous queen had the surname of the people of the northern region. How could these old officials of the previous dynasty tolerate this? However, the establishment of the northern region was indeed entirely dependent on the people of the northern region. This made the old officials of the previous dynasty have two very strange feelings in front of these people of the northern region. On the one hand, they despised these barbarians of the northern region. On the other hand, they had to admit that they had received great kindness from them. Such complicated and tangled thoughts made these self-proclaimed orthodox people even more intolerant of the people of the northern region. They only wanted to find ways to drive them away as soon as possible. On the one hand, they could restore the orthodox bloodline of the Lin family. On the other hand, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Humph! This old man won't argue with a woman like you. Prime Minister Yin said with an unfriendly face after being pushed by Queen Helan to the point of speechlessness. Queen Helan said disdainfully, "It's this young lady who won't argue with an old man like you." The people next to her couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Yili held back her laughter and asked, "Queen Helan, why are you here so soon?" Queen Helan waved her hand and said, "Many of Rin Chening's people in the city have been caught. Those who haven't been caught can't run out now. They're also fighting outside the city." "Princess Ding, can your people win?" Yili said indifferently. "Remove the word what. Since they've started fighting, what are you doing here instead of staying in the palace?" Queen Helan sighed. "I heard that this old man has hidden a lot of people in his mansion to deal with you. If I knew you were so confident, I wouldn't have come. I'll go back first." Since he had something to do in the palace, King Helan came quickly and left quickly, having just scolded Prime Minister Yun and lost the resentment in her chest. Queen Helan walked with the wind under her feet. As Queen Helan came and went, Prime Minister Yun's face became even more ashen. Yili sat across from him, calmly looking at his face that seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. She faintly said, Yin Xiang, I don't want to commit the sin of killing. Please give the order for your subordinates to stop. All of you have worked hard for so many years. Why don't you lay down your burdens and enjoy your old age? Prime Minister Yin sneered. I've long heard that Qi Lin of the Prince Ding Mansion is mysterious and unfathomable. No one could stop him. Presumably, this old man's small prime minister mansion is now completely under the control of the princess. Why does the princess still pretend? Yili faintly smiled and didn't refute. She waved her hand and let people take him away. Chongqing City was in chaos. Queen Helin ordered people to close the palace gate, arrested many of Ren Qining's old officials, and sealed the city gate. Outside the city, the troops under Hisu's command fought with the troops under Ren Qining's former subordinates again. Chongqing City was in a mess both inside and outside. At the same time, the news of the internal strife among the Central Plains troops in Chongqing City reached Ren Qining's troops far away in Zijing Pass within a few days. Ren Qining led nearly 1 million troops to besiege the Purple Thorns Pass. Although his opponent was still Ling Huai, this time it was more troublesome than last time. Last time, Ling Huai's troops were the troops of the Chu state. The two sides were in a standoff for several months. Now, it was the Mahist army that was famous for their bravery. Moreover, Ling Huai had a grudge against Ren Qining for his son's death. Last year, when Ren Qining attacked the Chu capital, Ling Huai's eldest son, Lung Qingyu, died in battle and died for his country. How could Ling Huai not remember such a great grudge? The two armies had fought dozens of times in front of the Purple Thorns Pass, but the army of the northern region had never even touched the gate of the pass. The war here was not going well. Ren Qining also received urgent letters from Yelu Yi from time to time. In the letters, it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the duties and responsibilities of the army of the northern region. This already gave Ren Qining a headache. Ren Qining was so angry that his vision turned black. Bastard! Slapping down the letter in his hand, Ren Qining couldn't help but curse. However, the reactions of the generals in the tent were different. Ren Qining's trusted subordinates were naturally worried and anxious, while the generals from the northern region acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them. They couldn't wait to see Ren Qining make a fool of himself. How could Ren Qining not know what these people were thinking? He secretly suppressed the anger in his heart before sending these people out. These generals of the northern region naturally knew that Ren Qining didn't like them, so they didn't care. They all stood up and turned to leave the tent. In the tent, the general of the Central Plains who stayed behind saw Ren Qining's expression and hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, did something happen in the royal city?" Ren Qining gritted his teeth and said, "The cavalry of the Central Plains who stayed behind to guard the camp rebelled." Everyone was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. If it was the soldiers of the northern region who rebelled, they could believe it. But the soldiers of the Central Plains rebelled. But then again, there were less than 50,000 soldiers of the northern region who stayed near the royal city. It was probably impossible for them to rebel. But those people of the northern region didn't rebel. Instead, it was their own soldiers who rebelled. This was truly inconceivable. "Your Majesty, could it be a trap?" Someone asked suspiciously. Ren Qining raised his hand and pressed on the area between his eyebrows that was aching faintly. He said, "This is no small matter. The royal city is related to the lifeline of our army. There are more than 500,000 soldiers left behind. If they attack us from behind, they will attack us together with Ling Huai from the front and back. Our army will be in a difficult situation and may even be homeless. Could it be the people of the Prince Ding Mansion who are causing trouble?" Ren Qining sneered. Of all times, something happened at this time. If it's not the Prince Ding Mansion, who else could it be? What a Prince Ding Mansion, what a Mahist army. Everyone present looked at each other with worry on their faces. Their million-strong army had besieged the Bauhinia Pass for more than a month, but they hadn't made any progress. If Chongqing fell into the hands of the Prince Ding Mansion, then they would be done for. Not to mention other things, the rations of more than 1 million soldiers was enough to give them a headache. They would starve to death in less than 3 months. "Your Majesty," since the royal city has already sent people to ask for help, I'm afraid they can't hold on any longer. We have to quickly return to quell the rebellion." Although it was important to form an alliance with the northern tribes to attack the Bauhinia Pass, it wasn't as important as their own territory. If the royal city was really taken over by the rebel army, then they would have nothing left. By then, even if Lung Huai allowed them to enter the Bauhinia Pass, what could they do after entering? Become refugees. Chapter 835. Ren Qining understood such an important issue. So did his subordinates. After pondering for a moment, he still appointed a general to lead 200,000 troops back as reinforcements. On the other hand, it was also a test. Ren Qining, who had dealt with King Ding's residence several times, had a deep understanding of Mo Xiuyao's unconventional way of playing his cards. Since King Ding's residence was involved in this matter, he had to be careful of the formalities. After settling the matter of reinforcements to quell the rebellion, Ren Qining sighed and wrote a few letters. He called his subordinates and ordered, "Hand the letters to the princess and the prime minister personally." Chongqing City, Northern Region Palace now. Chongqing City was controlled by the Northern Region people, and there was a chaotic battle outside the city. The whole palace suddenly became Queen Helen's world. Queen Helen invited Yi Li to live in the palace, so that she would not have to go out of the palace to find her if anything happened. Yi Li did not care. Now Chongqing City was not only controlled by the Northern Region people, but also secretly controlled by the Mahist army. Even a fly could not fly out. The Mahist army also began to secretly clean up Ren Qining's secret forces according to the distribution of Ren Qining's secret forces provided by Queen Helen. These were probably collected by the former queen, who was worried that the forces of the Central Plains would threaten her son's position in the future. She did not want to use them on the Prince Ding mansion. Hee, Ding Wangfei, take a look at this. Queen Helen lazily sat in the large phoenix chair, waving the letter she had just received in her hand as she looked at Yi Li with a smile. Yi Li raised her head, put down the scroll in her hand, and raised her eyebrows. What did the Northern Region kings say to the queen? Queen Helen said with a smile. He said that the soldiers rebelled and he was worried about my safety. He also said that I must be careful and stay in the palace and not wander around, so as not to have an accident. What else? He probably wants to ask my father and the other tribal leaders of the Northern Region what they think. Yi Li nodded and smiled. He probably wants to test your attitude. Queen, read the reply letter. A reply. Queen Helen blinked and looked innocently at Yi Li. But the messenger he sent has been killed by me. Yi Li smiled indifferently. That's the queen's business. If the queen doesn't want the 200,000 soldiers to come back, you can also ignore him. Queen Helen helplessly slumped her shoulders. While looking for a brush and ink to write a reply to Ren Qining, she said, "Princess Ding, you're so bad." Yi Li laughed and said, "Did I tell the queen that I'm a good person?" Queen Helen ground her teeth. "Can you not call me queen?" "Of course, Princess Elan," Yi Li agreed readily. Queen Helen angrily buried her head and wrote a letter to Ren Qining. The letter was clean and straightforward, stating that the rebellion of the Central Plains had nothing to do with the Northern Territory. If she wanted her father to help, she had to give them satisfactory conditions. When she finished writing, Yi Li came over to take a look and added a few strokes. Copy it again. Although Queen Helen was only slightly proficient in the language of the Central Plains, she could still see that Yi Li's letter contained some faint affection. She could not help but shudder. "Princess Ding, don't slander me. This lady doesn't like that ungrateful bastard." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said, "Haven't you always acted like this? Now that you suddenly turn hostile and show no mercy, it will make Ren Qining suspicious." Previously, in order to not make Ren Qining suspicious, Queen Helen was always at odds with Imperial concubine Yun, faintly showing a jealous appearance. Ren Qining was very astute. If Queen Helen suddenly showed a completely businesslike attitude, it would easily arouse Ren Qining's suspicion, and he would not let go of the 200,000 soldiers. "All right then, I'll suffer for a while. Queen Helan had to admit that Yili thought more thoroughly than she did, so she could only pick up the pen and copy the letter again. Helan, come out. Queen Helan was bitterly copying the letter to Ren Qining when a sharp and angry voice came from outside the door. The ear-piercing voice caused Queen Helan's hand to pause, and the half-written letter was immediately stained with a large amount of ink. Queen Helan's face immediately darkened, and she loudly said to the door, "Let them in." In a short while, Imperial concubine Yin angrily rushed in with a few women. They were trapped in the palace and did not know what was happening outside. They were just forbidden to go in and out every day, and they were cut off from contact with the outside world. After enduring for so many days, Imperial concubine Yin finally could not endure any longer. So she brought people to Queen Helan's place to cause trouble. In the end, she was Ren Qining's favored concubine, and Queen Helan did not let anyone do anything to her. Also, most of the attendants in the palace were from the Central Plains. When the time came, she rushed to the entrance of Queen Helan's palace. "Helan, what do you mean? You dare to not let my people out of the palace? Do you want to rebel?" Queen Helan put down her pen and looked at her with a faint smile. "That's right. What do you want? How dare you?" Imperial concubine Yin screamed. "Are you not afraid that His Majesty will come back and kill you?" Queen Helan propped up her chin and looked at her lazily. "Don't worry. Before Ren Qining comes back and kills me, I will definitely kill you first. Of course, there's also that annoying father of yours." "And your father?" Glancing at the group of women behind Imperial concubine Yun, Queen Helan curled her lips in disdain. Ever since she became queen, these women had caused her a lot of trouble. Also, at that time, when her cousin was still alive, those concubines often caused trouble for her cousin. Queen Helan did not have a good impression of the harem at all. What did you do to my father?" Imperial concubine Yun was shocked. Queen Helan dared to seal the palace and dared to admit her thoughts with such fanfare. She was definitely not crazy. That meant that she had quite a big trump card in her hand. Queen Helan looked at Yi Li, who was sitting on the side and reading a book, and said with a smile, "I don't have the ability to do anything to your Prime Minister father." Only then did everyone notice that there was a woman in white sitting in the hall. It was just that she was leaning against a pillar and reading a book, and everyone's attention was focused on Queen Helan, so they only noticed her now. Yi Li raised her head, looked at Imperial concubine Yun, and faintly said, "Prime Minister Yun is fine for the time being and is recuperating at home. I heard that Imperial concubine Yun is quite good at calligraphy and is good at imitating other people's words." "That's right. So what?" Imperial concubine Yun subconsciously replied. Yi Li smiled sweetly. "Nothing. I don't have anyone under me at the moment, so I'll have to trouble Imperial concubine Yun to help me write a letter." "Why should I help you?" "That's not right. Who are you? I seem to have seen you somewhere." Imperial concubine Yun looked at Yi Li with some confusion. After Yi Li changed her appearance had changed slightly, but she still gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Yi Li smiled, but did not speak. Behind Queen Helan, a sharp voice shouted, "You are Princess Ding." Chapter 836. "You are Princess Ding." A sharp voice came from behind Imperial concubine Yun. Everyone was shocked. Although they were all ladies of the boudoir, they had all heard of Princess Ding's name. How many times had their fathers and brothers lamented that a daughter should be like Princess Ding and a wife should be like Princess Ding? Even their husband, the King of the North, Ren Qining, would always speak highly of Princess Ding whenever he mentioned her. This made these ladies who had been raised in the boudoir envious and jealous. Having her identity exposed, Yi Li was not surprised. She just looked up and forgot to look at the woman behind Imperial concubine Yin. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Yi Li faintly smiled and said, "So it was Miss Murong. Why is Miss Murong here?" Like this, it was equivalent to admitting her identity. "You are Princess Ding." Imperial concubine Yin was startled. She had also seen Princess Ding a few times. Although her appearance was not quite the same as what she saw now, that calm and graceful temperament that made people have no choice but to look up to her. Who else could it be but Princess Ding? "Princess Ding, Why are you here? After being startled, Imperial concubine Yun quickly recovered and stared at Queen Helan in shock. It's you? You colluded with the Prince Ding Mansion. Queen Helan unhappily said. Don't say it so harshly. Our North is only cooperating with the Prince Ding Mansion to retrieve our own things. What's wrong? You still claim to be the orthodox of the Central Plains. Aren't you also colluding with the northern tribes to attack the Central Plains? Don't say it in such a dignified manner to add gold to your own face. Although Imperial concubine Yun did not understand politics, she was not an ignorant girl who did not understand anything. She naturally understood that if Queen Helan cooperated with the Prince Ding Mansion, the fate of her people would be worrying. Helan, His Majesty has treated you well. Why did you collude with outsiders to plot a rebellion? Don't forget, the previous queen also died at the hands of the Prince Ding Mansion. Queen Helan disdainfully sneered. Treated me well? Ren Xining can't wait to kill all the people of the northern region as soon as possible so that he can change the name of his country and restore his country, right? As for my cousin, if Ren Xining hadn't provoked the Prince Ding Mansion, how could my cousin have met with such a tragic fate? If I don't settle this account with Ren Xining, who else can I settle it with? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Imperial concubine Yun's face turned red with anger, but she had nothing to say. Queen Helan waved her hand and said, This lady doesn't bully women who can't do anything. You go back and stay there obediently. I won't embarrass you before Ren Xining comes back. If you don't obey. With a sneer, Queen Helan's lips curled into a cold chill. You can also try and see if I dare to kill. Those present were all weak women who had been raised in their boudoirs and had not seen much of the world. How could they withstand Queen Helan's intimidation? They all wanted to retreat. Imperial concubine Yun was not much better. Biting the corner of her lip, she glared fiercely at Queen Helan and turned to leave. Yili, give me your life. Next to Imperial concubine Yun, Murong Mingyan roared angrily, and a cold light appeared in her hand as she rushed toward Yili. However, a black shadow flashed past. Before Murong Mingyan could touch Yili, she was slapped away and hit a pillar next to her, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhuo Jing stood in front of Yili and said in a deep voice, Princess. Zhuo Jing did not know Murong Mingyan, but just by looking at the hatred in her eyes, he knew that this woman probably had a deep hatred for Princess. He had been with Yi Li for 10 years, but he had never seen Yi Li become enemies with this woman. However, Zhuo Jing only pondered for a moment and understood the identity of this woman. Is it a remnant of the Murong family? Princess, do you want this subordinate to? For this kind of person, the Shadow Guard's habit was to eliminate the source of trouble. Yi Li stared thoughtfully at Murong Mingyan, who looked like she wanted to eat her. Murong Mingyan struggled to stand up and wiped the blood from her lips. Yi Li, you're actually not dead. Yi Li said indifferently. Didn't you already know that I'm not dead? Miss Murong, Yi Li hasn't done anything unforgivable to you, right? Why do you hate me so much? Murong Mingyan's eyes were full of hatred. If it wasn't for you, how could my Murong family, how could my grandfather die? It's all your fault. You're greedy and don't feel ashamed to play the blame game. If it wasn't for Murong Xiong relying on his superior martial arts to play with the heroes of the world, what would happen? Would the Murong family be in trouble? It's a pity that the Murong family's beauty trap wasn't attractive enough. You went for wool and came home shorn. Zhuo Jing mocked without restraint. Although he didn't go to Xiling that year, he still knew what happened there. Mocking Murong Mingyan was naturally to stab at the most painful place. Murong Mingyan gritted her teeth, and her eyes were almost red with anger. She glared at Zhuo Jing fiercely, wishing she could tear him apart. Yi Li turned to Queen Helan and said, Your Highness, please ask the others to go back first. I have something to discuss with Miss Murong. Queen Helan nodded and said to Imperial concubine Yun and the others, You can go back. Ming Xiaorong, stay. Imperial concubine Yun and the others also knew that they couldn't afford to offend Queen Helan now, so they turned and left. Murong Mingyan was left behind, but she wasn't afraid. when she followed Rin Qining back to the northern region. Rin Qining promised to help her get revenge. But in these few years, she gradually felt that her hope of revenge was getting slimmer and slimmer. If it weren't for the fact that she hadn't been conferred a title when Mo Xiuyao massacred Rin Qining's harem, she might have even lost her life. She used everything she and the Murong family had in exchange for a position that was neither high nor low. How could Murong Mingyan not hate this? What do you want to say? If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Murong Mingyan stared at Yili vigilantly and said proudly. Yili smiled and said, Miss Murong, you don't have to be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. It had to be said that although Yi Li and Mo Xiuyao's reputation were almost on par, the difference between the two's reputation was like heaven and earth. Although Mo Xiuyao had the reputation of the Prince Ding mansion for several generations, his murderous aura was too strong. As long as Prince Ding was mentioned, people would definitely think of the murderous battlefield and countless bloodshed. But when it came to Yili, this Princess Ding, even if many people had enmity, it was very easy for them to overlook the danger she posed. Especially when they were face to face, Yili's gentle and elegant appearance made it very easy for people to let down their guard. Murong Mingyan lightly snorted. Although she didn't let down her guard, her expression couldn't help but relax. Yili smiled and said, Miss Murong should also understand that the Prince Ding mansion wasn't the fault of the Murong family's defeat. At that time, it just so happened that it had no choice. What's more, compared to the Prince Ding mansion, who was the one who schemed against the Murong family more, Miss Murong should be clear in your heart. Murong Mingyan muttered to herself. Of course, she understood what had happened at that time. If she hadn't insisted on provoking, perhaps she wouldn't have provoked the Prince Ding mansion. But Murong Mingyan had always stubbornly believed that it was Mo Xiuyao's appearance that decided the Murong family's defeat. So, it was very natural for her to hate the Prince Ding mansion. What do you want? Murong Mingyan stared at Yi Li and asked. Chapter 837. Yi Li smiled faintly. I want the remaining property of Murong family. Murong Mingyan was shocked. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything of Murong family is in Rin Qining's hands. Otherwise, where do you think he got so much money for these 2 years? Yili slowly shook her head. Miss Murong, you don't need to deceive me. I may not know how deep Murong family's foundation is, but there are always some. What's more, with Rin Qining's character, if you don't have any trump cards. Yili didn't finish her words, but everyone present understood what she meant. With Rin Qining's character, if Murong Mingyan had no value, why would he still stay in the palace? He was afraid that it had already been thrown to God knows where. Murong Mingyan was silent for a long time before she said, Murong family has nothing, only money. There's no harm in giving it to you, but what can I get? Murong Mingyan was very clear that since Yili stopped her, even if she didn't admit it, she didn't intend to let her go. What does Miss Murong want? Yili asked. Originally, Yili really didn't think of Murong Mingyan, but now that she met her, she naturally didn't intend to let her go. In these few years, it wasn't only the North that was wantonly mobilizing, the Prince Ding mansion was also doing the same. Although the Prince Ding mansion's property was rich, compared to a huge country, it was still slightly inferior. Naturally, the more money, the better. Murong Mingyan's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a long time, she suddenly said, I want to marry Qing Chun Gongzi. Yi Li's eyes turned cold, and she calmly refused. No. Why? Murong Mingyan said in astonishment. She knew that the Prince Ding mansion had been constantly at war these few years, so money was even more important. But she didn't expect that Yi Li would refuse without even considering it. Yi Li said, Big Brother has already rejected Miss Murong back then. Even if it's for the sake of the Prince Ding mansion, I can't interfere with his marriage. If Murong Mingyan had brought up other conditions, Yili wouldn't have minded lying to her even if she couldn't fulfill them. But when it came to Su Qingqin's marriage, he couldn't even lie about it. Murong Mingyan gritted her teeth and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll bury those treasures forever? As long as I don't say anything, no one in this world will be able to find it. All these years, the Jinnum of Gojoseon of West Hill must have turned the Murong family upside down. It's a pity that he won't get anything. Yili shook her head and sighed softly. I've said it before. No matter who it is, I won't interfere with Big Brother's marriage. If the Murong family's wealth was not fated with the Prince Ding mansion, then they could only give up. Besides, if I can't get the Prince Ding mansion, no one else can either, right? In other words, since Murong Mingyin didn't intend to reveal the whereabouts of the rest of the Murong family's wealth, she didn't need to live anymore. Don't blame Yi Li for being ruthless. If she had killed Murong Mingyin back then, Ren Xining wouldn't have had so much money to expand his army and attack the Chu state. If the resentful Murong Mingyin fell into the hands of others, it would be troublesome for the Prince Ding mansion. Take her away, Yi Li said to Zhuge Jing. Zhuge Jing nodded, grabbed Murong Mingyin, and turned to leave. Beside them, Queen Helan looked at Yi Li with her chin in her hand and said, this Murong Mingyin actually has such a background that even you want to take advantage of her. Yi Li smiled helplessly and said, the king of the northern region is indeed skilled. There aren't many people in his harem who don't have a background. Then why didn't you agree with her? Queen Helan asked doubtfully. She didn't hesitate to marry Ren Qining for the northern region. Naturally, she couldn't understand why Yi Li would refuse Murong Mingyin's request, especially since the people of the Central Plains had the rule of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Even if they didn't like her, they could marry again. Young Master Qin Shun wouldn't lose out. Yi Li faintly said, there are things that should be done and things that should not be done. Eldest brother has worked hard for Ding Wang Fu and me. If I still want to scheme against his marriage for some gold and silver, then am I still human? Queen Helan shook her head as if she didn't fully understand. Anyway, I don't understand the thoughts of you Central Plains people. I'll leave Murong Mingyin to you. Anyway, there's no use for me to keep her. She doesn't have any family, so probably no one will save her. Thank you. Ren Qining was very irritated these days. The news from the reinforcements he sent back was not optimistic at all. Just as he had expected, the nobles and soldiers of the northern region who stayed behind in Chongqing City stood by and did not do anything. The only consolation was that Helan's reply to him indicated that at least the situation hadn't reached the worst point yet. Although the leader of the rebel army was extraordinary in the art of war, he didn't have a deep foundation. If the people of the northern region were willing to help, even the Prince Ding mansion wouldn't have an easy time in the northern region. But in this way, the plan to form an alliance with the northern tribes to attack the Mahist army would be ruined. Ren Qining didn't feel much guilt about this. Every man for himself. He couldn't ignore the danger of his own rear for Yelu Ye's plan. If that was the case, even if he caused a certain amount of damage and trouble to the Mahist army, Yelu Yi would still be the one who benefited, and he would still be the one who suffered. He and Yelu Yi were just allies. They weren't really close like family. Thinking of this, Ren Qining's eyes flashed with determination. He stood up and ordered, leave one army to cover the rear. The rest follow me back to Chongqing City to quell the rebellion. Yes, sir. Ren Qining gave the order. Many generals breathed a sigh of relief. If the king insisted on not retreating and the mortals' homes were taken over, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. A few generals of the northern region also had a flash of joy in their eyes. It was just that they were sitting at the back and weren't noticed. Even if they noticed, they would probably just think that they didn't want to fight. On the battlefield this time, the valiant and brave northern Jin Kingdom troops were slacking off. But even so, they were much stronger than the Central Plains troops who had just joined the army and hadn't fought many battles. Ren Qining couldn't leave them even if he was angry, so he had to endure it. While preparing to return to court, Ren Qining wrote another letter to Queen Helan, listing the benefits for the nobles of the northern region. Queen Helan was also straightforward and quickly wrote back to him, agreeing to his request. In any case, Princess Ding had already said that there was no need to pay for lying. On the city wall of Purple Thorns Pass, Leng Huai and Leng Haoyu stood side by side, watching the northern region troops gradually retreat. Leng Haoyu smiled and said, it seems that the princess's plan has succeeded. Leng Huai's haggard and upright face also showed a smile. He nodded and said, "Yes, we should also prepare to meet up with Princess Ding. Everyone says that the princess's wisdom and courage are not inferior to a man." I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it's more than just not inferior to a man. There are probably not many men in the world who are better than Princess Ding. Lung Haoyu nodded and said with a smile, "Isn't that so? The princess is always unexpected, but makes people feel that it's reasonable. Father, we should also prepare to come out. In the past, it was Ren Qining who came to attack Purple Thorns Pass. This time, we have to come out and chase after him." Chapter 838. That's right. It's time to avenge Qingyu. Although his youngest son was more outstanding than his eldest son, Lung Qingyu was still his beloved son whom he had doted on for decades. He even died for the country and didn't disgrace the Lung family at all. Being able to avenge his beloved son in person also relieved Lung Huai of a burden. Lung Haoyu nodded. "Father is right. Father will definitely avenge Big Brother with your own hands." Although the two of them didn't see eye to eye when Lung Qingyu was alive, Lung Haoyu wouldn't be jealous of his brother who died in battle. It was a good thing that his father could avenge Big Brother with his own hands. It was precisely because of this that he personally requested the prince and the princess consort to let Lung Huai continue to guard Zijing Pass for today. In the rebel camp outside Chongqing City, Hisu sat leisurely in the main seat of the commander's tent and watched the generals below arguing nonstop. In the end, they were just frightened by the news that Ren Qining had returned to the imperial court with his troops. They only had about 300,000 men under their command now, which was less than the other party's troops. Although they had won several battles under Hisu's command, once Ren Qining's million-strong army returned to the imperial court, there was no need for any military strategy. They could just use the human wave tactic to crush them. When they were almost done arguing, Hisu knocked on the table and said with a faint smile, "Everyone, is there any use in arguing about this now? We've already fought so many battles. Will the imperial court let us go if we stop now? If we fight with all our might, we might have a chance to have a prosperous future. If we surrender like this, our whole family will be executed." The generals below looked at Hisu and said with a bitter face, "Brother tell us honestly, does the Prince Ding mansion have reinforcements? Our brothers have worked hard for you. You can't cheat our brothers." Yes. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Hisu said with a smile, "Of course there are reinforcements, but it will take some time for them to arrive. But don't worry. Although the reinforcements haven't arrived yet, the Prince Ding mansion has already sent strong reinforcements." Everyone was startled and looked at each other before someone said, "Could it be young Master Qing Chen? I've heard that young Master Qing Chen's wisdom is unparalleled in the world, and he alone can fight against thousands of soldiers and horses." It should be Prince Ding. Prince Ding had never tasted defeat since he was 14 years old. If it was Prince Ding, why would he fear the million-strong army of the imperial court? Hisu looked at the entrance of the tent with a smile. The curtain at the entrance was pulled open from the outside. A beautiful and graceful woman in green clothes with black hair walked in from the outside. Behind her were several men in black. They were obviously guards. Everyone was shocked when they saw the Qi Lin pattern on the bodyguards' clothes. Qi Lin. The black-clothed guards did not pay attention to the shock of these people. They were scattered in every corner of the tent. Only two of them followed behind the green-clothed woman. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the green-clothed woman walked to the main seat in the commander's tent that Hisu had vacated and sat down. She smiled faintly at everyone. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work." Seeing Hisu's respectful expression towards the green-clothed woman, a few of the more quick-witted people could not help but be moved. Someone with a more impulsive personality could not help but ask, "Who are you? How dare you sit here?" The green-clothed woman smiled faintly and said, "I am Yili." "Princess Ding?" Everyone was inexplicably shocked. "This subordinate greets the princess," Hisu said respectfully. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed. Everyone in the tent bowed and said in unison, "This subordinate greets Princess Ding." At least, they had heard that Prince Ding had deep feelings for Princess Ding. With Princess Ding here, the Prince Ding mansion would not watch as they were executed by the imperial court, right? Yili nodded and said, "Everyone, please be at ease. Please sit." Only then did everyone stand and sit down. After everyone was seated, Yili said, "Many thanks to everyone for being willing to help the Prince Ding mansion reclaim this place. The prince is unable to come because of the battle with the northern tribes, but this consort's words and the prince's promise are equally valid. Everyone seated here will be greatly rewarded after everything is settled. The Prince Ding mansion will not mistreat meritorious subjects." A middle-aged general who looked simple and honest stood up and said, "Princess, this subordinate does not care about the rewards. This subordinate was originally a general of the Chu state and was forced to help the enemy attack the Chu capital. This matter, most of the people seated here were originally surrendered generals of the Chu state. They were not welcomed in the north and were not valued by Ren Qining. It was the Chu state that had surrendered to the north. Now that they had betrayed the north and returned to the Prince Ding mansion, they would naturally be worried. For this middle-aged general to ask such a question, it could be seen that he was not as simple and honest as he looked. Yili said in a low voice, "Wherever the northern army went, they did not harm the common people. This consort can promise everyone here that as long as you sincerely pledge allegiance to the Prince Ding mansion, we will let bygones be bygones. If you are meritorious, you will still be greatly rewarded. However, if anyone has second thoughts, don't blame this consort for being merciless." "Many thanks, Princess." Everyone stood up and said. These surrendered generals were most worried about being punished after the autumn. Now that they had received Princess Ding's personal promise, they naturally could let go of this matter. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent became much more lively. Below her, Hisu cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to Princess Consort, Ren Qining has already led an army of 1,000,000 to attack Chongqing. I wonder if we should enter Chongqing City to defend the city and wait for the reinforcements from Zijing Pass?" Yili shook her head and said with a smile, "No need. Hisu, listen up. Immediately lead people out of the camp and call for battle. We must win 3 more battles before Ren Qining's army arrives and drive the enemy 30 miles away." Although Hisu did not understand why Yili did this, he knew that the consort had her own plans and would not speak without thinking. He stood up swiftly and said, "This subordinate obeys." After Ren Qining received Queen Helen's reply, he quickly rushed back to Chongqing City. Just as he arrived near Chongqing, he received battle reports from the front line. Even though his army outnumbered the enemy, they still lost 3 battles and were driven dozens of miles away. Only the 50,000 northern troops stationed in the capital could barely cope with the enemy and did not suffer more losses. Ren Qining also knew the character of his troops, so he had to use more than 200,000 northern troops as the vanguard and join forces with the tens of thousands of northern troops stationed in the capital to attack the rebel army. They must take back Chongqing City. Unexpectedly, this was what Yi Li and Queen Helen had planned. Not only did the army of nearly 300,000 fail to completely wipe out the rebel army after they regrouped, but the northern army even counterattacked when they saw a flag signal that the Central Plains troops did not understand at all, killing them in a disorderly manner. In an instant, what else did Ren Qining not understand? He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out and he spurted out a mouthful of hot blood. Ren Qining, who was sitting on the horse, tilted his body and fell off. If it were not for the guards beside him, even if he was not killed by the enemy, he would have been trampled to death by the chaotic army. Why? Seeing Queen Helen in bright clothes and high spirits, who appeared in front of the army, Ren Qining asked sternly. He could not believe that he was fooled by a woman who he had never taken seriously. Chapter 839. Queen Helen whipped her horse, her pretty face full of disdain. Why? Of course it's for the lives of my men in the northern region, and also to avenge my cousin and uncle. Ren Qining, who do you think you are? You want to be free and unfettered after using the people of the northern region? Since you appeared in the northern region, how many of my men have died in vain on the battlefield? Now there are less than 300,000 people left, and you want to torment them all? Do you want the northern region to be exterminated? There were more than 700,000 soldiers in the northern region, and the population of the northern region was not large. These 700,000 soldiers accounted for 90% of the young and strong men in the northern region. But now more than half of them had died. If they really let Rinchining waste these 300,000 soldiers and horses, they would not be able to do anything. What good would it do for the northern region, even if they unified the world? What awaited the northern region was only extermination. Even now, if they wanted to restore their former population and military strength, it would probably take decades of effort. Helan. Rinchining gnashed his teeth. Queen Helan giggled, waved the whip in her hand, and pointed at Rinchining. I'm going to take my men home. If you want to hate someone, hate Princess Ding. These are all her ideas. Sound the horn, retreat. The quaint horn of the northern region sounded throughout the battlefield, and the army of the northern region gradually withdrew from the battlefield toward the northeast. In the distance, Helan looked at Rinchining complacently with a somewhat provocative expression. Do you dare to chase? Rinchining gritted his teeth, but more blood spilled from the corners of his tightly closed lips. But he could only watch Queen Helan leave with a laugh. Retreat, return to camp. Yes, Your Majesty. Rinchining spat out another mouthful of blood, and finally fell to the ground, sinking into the dark, sweet liquid. Rinchining was taken back to the camp by the crowd, and only woke up after more than an hour. The generals waiting in the tent looked forward. Your Majesty, how are you? Helan, you bitch. I swear to tear you into pieces. Rinchining said with hatred. All the generals looked at each other in dismay. Many of them didn't even have time to figure out what was going on when the northern tribes suddenly attacked together in the midst of the chaos. Rinchining gritted her teeth and said, That bitch Helan has been colluding with the Prince Ding mansion for a long time. They're waiting for I to return so that they can gather all the northern troops. This, Your Majesty, what should we do if the northern army really becomes our enemy? With Prince Ding's residents eyeing them covetously, it already made them feel extremely pressured. If the northern army turned against them. After all, no one knew better than them just how powerful the northerners were. In these 2 years, if they had not been using the northern troops as the vanguard, how could the million-strong army that they had just barely managed to recruit be able to force the Dechu state into such a state? Rinchining sat up. These days, her heart was suppressed by many things. After spitting out a mouthful of blood on the battlefield, his mind became much clearer. She sneered and said, Since Helan dares to play tricks with I, she must not be a fool. If she brings less than 300,000 soldiers into the battle between our army and the Prince Ding mansion, she won't be able to bring back a single one of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the northern tribes. In a few days, she will leave on her own. When Helan was mentioned, Rinchining's eyes couldn't help but be filled with hatred. He relied on Helan's cousin, his ex-wife, to establish his country. He never thought that he would fall into the hands of his ex-wife's cousin, his current wife. Send someone to investigate carefully. Find out who is in charge of the Prince Ding mansion this time. To be able to use such methods, the person cooperating with the northern tribes is definitely not some random soldier. Rinchining ordered, the original spies can't be used anymore. I'm afraid that they have already been controlled by someone. Go and rearrange the manpower. Yes. The subordinate cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Your Majesty, who do you think will come this time? The confidant beside the bed asked carefully. Rinchining said coldly, There aren't many people in the Prince Ding mansion who can use such methods. Su Hongyu and Su Hongyin usually don't leave the northwest. Mo Xiaoyao is currently at war with the northern tribes. This time, if it's not Su Qingshan, then it's Yili. Rinchining lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment, then said decisively, It must be Yili. When we were in Glass City, she was also the one who interacted with that bitch Helan quite a bit. Rinchining's intestines were now broken. Back then, he didn't guard against that bitch Helan at all and brought her Glass City. He even let her reach an agreement with the Prince Ding mansion right under his nose. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Your Majesty, That Queen Helan, kill. At all costs. We must not let that bitch return to the northern tribes alive. Ren Qining's expression was ferocious, and his voice was so cold that everyone in the tent couldn't help but shiver. After everyone left, the tent regained its tranquility. Ren Qining leaned against the side of the bed and closed his eyes to rest. But no one knew what he was thinking, but from time to time, the muscles on his face would twitch and his expression would distort. Mo Xiaoyao, Yili, you actually dared to scheme against I. I will make you wish you were dead. While Ren Qining's tent was filled with wind and rain, the Prince Ding Mansion's tent on the other side was indeed filled with laughter and singing. Although the tribal leaders of the northern tribes and the old officials of the previous dynasty couldn't wait to fight to the death, but the ordinary soldiers didn't have such deep resentment between them. When Ren Qining entered the pass, for the sake of his future rule, he didn't let the soldiers kill the innocent like the northern tribes. Naturally, he didn't have any deep hatred with the ordinary people. In these 2 years, the Central Plains soldiers had seen the northern tribes' soldiers rush to the front in every battle. They were exceptionally brave and full of admiration. Now that these northern tribe soldiers had rebelled against Ren Qining, everyone could be considered to be on the same side. Naturally, there was nothing much to say. In the entire camp, except for the soldiers who were on routine patrol, everyone, regardless of whether they were from the Central Plains or the northern tribes, sat together to drink and eat meat. The singing and dancing were even livelier than when they had won a battle. The people of the northern tribes had no intention of participating in the Central Plains War and were eager to go home. Tonight could be considered as a farewell banquet hosted by Yi Li and the Prince Ding Mansion for the people of the northern tribes. In the open-air camp, Yi Li led the people of the Prince Ding Mansion and the Central Plains generals of the recently recovered northern tribes to sit side by side with Queen Helan's father, the current leader of the northern tribes. They drank good wine together. The people of the northern region saw that although this seemingly weak Prince Ding's residence was not very good at drinking, his actions were very clean and efficient. He was not like those people under Ren Qining who hid a knife behind a smile and had a stomach full of cunning plots. They also heard that it was all thanks to Princess Ding that so many northern tribe soldiers could safely withdraw from the battlefield. They couldn't help but have a very good impression of this princess of the Central Plains. The only women present were Queen Helan and Yi Li. Queen Helan didn't sit on her own side, but went to Yi Li's side to join in the fun. Now, seeing that the people of the northern tribes were about to go home, Queen Helan's pretty face also showed some playfulness and relaxation. At that time, she would be even more relaxed than before, truly like a 16 or 17-year-old carefree girl. She was not a queen of the northern tribes who had to pretend to be arrogant while shouldering the rise and fall of the whole tribe. Chapter 840. Princess Ding. This time we were able to safely withdraw from the pass and return to our homeland. Thank you very much. Come, Helan toast to you. Queen Helan raised a wine bowl and smiled at Yi Li. Yi Li smiled and picked up the wine cup. She smiled and said, I can't hold my liquor, so I'll drink this cup. Cheers. She raised her head and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The most ordinary strong wine, once in the stomach, did indeed have a hot feeling. Yi Li's jade-like beautiful face was also stained with a trace of red. Queen Helan shrugged and also drank it in one gulp. She smiled and said, You are very straightforward, very much to the taste of our northern region people. It's just that your alcohol tolerance is too low. Queen Helan. Yi Li smiled helplessly. Her alcohol tolerance was not bad among women. But compared with Queen Helan, a woman of the northern region who had been drinking strong wine since childhood, it was really not enough. Queen Helan glared at her unhappily. I'm not a queen anymore. Who wants to be a bullshit queen? This girl will be the greatest female chief of the northern region in the future. Although the northern region was a barbarian land, it did not value the difference between men and women, let alone the preference for men over women. From ancient times to the present, there had been several female chiefs in every tribe, and they were not worse than men. Queen Helan's father, who was the current leader of the northern region, only had one daughter, Gilan. This time, she had made such a great contribution to the tribe, so she was naturally the next chief. Yili smiled and said, Okay, it's my fault. Princess Helan? Gilan pouted and stared at Yili for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. That's more like it. After saying that, she turned and pulled Hisu, Qin Feng, and the others, who were sitting below Yili, to drink. Obviously, they were also drunk. On the other side, not far from Yili, Gilan's father obviously heard his daughter's words. He raised his wine bowl helplessly to Yili and said with a smile, Gilan has been spoiled by me. Princess, please forgive me. It's fine. Princess Helan is intelligent and bright. Patriarch is very fortunate. Although Yili had only met the temporary chief of the northern tribe a few times, she knew that he was no ordinary barbarian since he was able to raise a daughter like Helan. Ren Xining's biggest mistake was that he had underestimated the barbarians of the northern region. The people of the northern region were able to help him establish his country, so naturally, they could also make him suffer a crushing defeat. The patriarch doted on his daughter, Yu Helan, and was naturally very happy to hear Yili praise her. He threw his head back and laughed, then drank several bowls of wine. All the men in the army were silent for a long time. Seeing that the chief of the northern region was so forthright, everyone present began to clamor, and the atmosphere in the camp became more lively. Princess Ding, I've long heard that the Mahist army is brave and good at fighting. Every one of them has extraordinary skills. We'd like to compare notes with our brothers from the Mahist army. Princess Ding, please allow it. A young man among the generals of the northern region stood up and said loudly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The Mahist army had been known as brave and good at fighting for 200 years, and it could be said that they had rarely been defeated. Perhaps the Mahist army wasn't the bravest army in the world, but it was definitely the army that had experienced the longest and was still as brave as ever. Many of the famous warriors in history had been brave and extraordinary in their early days, but after a period of prosperity, many of them gradually became second-rate because their superiors were content with pleasure or for some other reason. But for the Mahist army to still be able to look down on other countries for 200 years and still be able to sweep through the world after being suppressed by successive rulers of the Chu state, this was unheard of. The men of the northern region were fond of fighting, and now that there was a general from the Mahist army nearby, they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to compare notes. Yili was in a difficult position. Of the people present in the Prince Ding mansion, only Qin Feng and Hisu had led troops before. But no matter who it was, it wouldn't be fair for either of them to fight with the people of the northern region. If they weren't born as shadow guards, if they weren't from the Black Cloud Cavalry, and if they weren't from Qi Lin's demonic training, in terms of individual strength, they could definitely kill any of the northern region's generals. Hearing that there was going to be a fight, Princess Helan's eyes immediately lit up. She ran in front of Yili and said with a smile, Princess Ding, why don't you agree with them? I also want to see how strong your Prince Ding mansion's generals are. Yili looked at her with a helpless smile. Princess Helan didn't care, pulling out the soft whip at her waist and pointing it at Hisu. You're a general from the Mahist army, aren't you? This princess wants to experience your skills. Hisu stared blankly. The people of the Prince Ding mansion all had a strange habit. Because of their relationship with Yili, they never looked down on women, but they also felt that there was no other woman in the world who could be compared to Yili. If he fought with this Princess Helan, no matter who won or lost, he would be laughed at by those heartless people when he returned. Princess Helan raised her chin and said, What is this? This lady is openly challenging you. Are you looking down on this lady? Hisu glanced at Yili sitting at the head of the table, only to see her calm expression as if she didn't see his pleading eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the princess had no intention of helping him out. On the side, Zhuijing, Lin Han, Qin Feng, and the others all looked at her with pleading eyes. This princess of the northern region was not to be trifled with. If he won, he would be bullying a woman, but if he lost, he would be worse than a woman. In that case, princess, please. Hisu stood up and cupped his hands. Chapter 841. Since he had agreed to Princess Helen's challenge, Hisu did not beat around the bush. He stood up and walked to the open space in the center. Princess Helen was very happy to see that he was straightforward and followed him. Hisu cupped his hands and said, "Princess, don't go too far." Princess Helen replied with a fierce whip. "You people from Central Plains talk too much nonsense." The long, soft whip mercilessly lashed at Hisu. Hisu was born in the Shadow Guard. As the head of the 4 Shadow Guards by Yi Li's side and the first batch of people personally trained by Yi Li, he also had nearly 10 years of military career. If Princess Helen picked him, Hisu would not need to lead troops to war and could just take off his armor and return home. Hisu did not even use his weapon. He casually sidestepped and dodged Princess Helen's seemingly fierce attack. Princess Helen was a little surprised. Although she was not arrogant enough to think that she could defeat Yi Li's capable general, she did not expect the other party to dodge her whip without even moving. She snorted and said with a smile, "You're really powerful. Again, let's see how you dodge this." Princess Helen stopped probing, and the long whip in her hand rolled toward Hisu like a sky full of poisonous snakes. Hisu took a step back and dodged Princess Helen's whip with his bare hands. The two of them began to exchange blows in the open space in the field. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 50 to 60 moves. Hisu felt that he should give enough face to this princess. With a snort, he directly ignored the shadow of Princess Helen's whip and firmly grabbed the end of the long whip. With a slight shake, Princess Helen's whip fell out of her hand and was put away by Hisu. Everyone present cheered in unison. Hisu put away the long whip and walked up to Princess Helen, saying, "Thank you for letting me win, Princess's whip." Princess Helen looked at him from head to toe. The general of the Mahist army is indeed powerful. I, Helen, am convinced. She took the whip and no longer pestered him. She returned to sit beside Yi Li. The northern generals watching the battle could naturally see that Hisu was holding back. On one hand, they admired Hisu's kung fu, and on the other hand, they were even more eager to fight. The young man who had asked Yi Li for help was the first to stand up and challenge Hisu. It was inconvenient to fight with a woman, but it was a different story when fighting with a man. Hisu also very straightforwardly accepted his challenge. The two men began to shout in the open space of the field. Although the people of the northern region generally did not practice internal energy, their external energy and physical strength were far beyond that of the people of the Central Plains. Hisu's interest was also piqued. He decided not to use his internal energy and only use some of the most commonly used martial arts in the army to fight with him. The intensity of the fight between the two men was naturally incomparable to the fight with Princess Helen just now. Their punches and kicks made the blood of the people around them boil, and there was a lot of noise. Hisu fought 5 or 6 men of the northern region in a row without showing any signs of weakness. After that, Qin Feng, Lin Han, Zhu Jing, and the others also entered the field. Their martial arts were not inferior to Hisu's at all. Not only did the northern generals admire them greatly, the Central Plains generals who had surrendered on their side were also very shocked. Even these unknown young generals under Princess Ding were so powerful. How awe-inspiring were those famous generals who had been famous for a long time. They could not help but rejoice in their hearts that they had surrendered to the Prince Ding mansion early. With such strength, how could Ren Qining not be defeated? It had to be said that this was actually a beautiful misunderstanding. Among these 4 people, except for Hisu, their ability to lead troops and fight was probably not much better than the generals present. However, their martial arts could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Prince Ding mansion and the Mahist army. Early in the morning, 50 miles northeast of Chongqing City, 300,000 soldiers of the northern region had already headed north under the leadership of the tribal leaders of the northern region. They would come out from there and return to their own familiar land. Counting from the time Ren Qining appeared on the land of the northern region, the northern region had undergone too many changes in the past decade. They had also been blinded by desire and ambition. Following Ren Qining, they wanted to build a huge empire and build a great undertaking that would last forever. They wanted all the rich land in the world to become the hunting ground for the men of the northern region. However, they had also paid a huge price. In just over a decade, from the previous tribal war to the war at the pass and the two confrontations with the Mahist army, the population of the northern region had decreased by 60% compared to a decade ago. The number of young men had also decreased by more than 80%. If they continued to be stubborn, what awaited them was only extinction. Therefore, they now brought the remaining men back to the place they were familiar with and started a stable life again. Perhaps in another decade or so, the population of the northern region would still be as prosperous as before. Princess Ding, we are leaving. Thank you for this time. I, the northern region, will never forget the great kindness of the Prince Ding mansion. Princess Helan stood on the side of the official road with a horse and said with a sincere smile. Yili smiled faintly and said, Princess, take care. There's still a war in the rear. Forgive me for not being able to see you off. Princess Helan smiled and said, No need to see me off. Your Central Plains is very fun. When the war is over, I will come and play with you. Yili smiled and said, I will be waiting for you at any time. Princess Helan mounted the horse and cupped her hands towards Yili and said, I am leaving. By the way, Princess Ding, that Renchining is very vengeful and ruthless. After I leave, he will definitely vent his anger on you. You must be careful. Yili nodded and said with a smile, I know. Princess, take care. Princess Helan nodded and turned her horse to chase after the large group in front of her. She heard a sharp whoosh in the distance. Princess Helan turned her head and saw a feather arrow with a cold glint shooting towards her. Princess, be careful, Yili shouted. At the same time, she moved her sleeve, and a silver light flew out from her sleeve and shot toward the arrow. At the same time, Zhuijing and Lin Han, who were beside Yili, jumped up and slashed at the arrow with their swords. Finally, the arrow was shot down before it could reach Princess Helan. Princess Helan was not injured, but the horse under her was startled. It neighed and raised its front leg to throw Princess Helan off the horse. On the other side, Qin Feng flew forward and pulled Princess Helan down from the horse's back. He then slapped the horse's body. The majestic horse immediately fell to the ground, but it did not die. It just lay on the ground and shook its head uneasily. Princess Helan was still in shock after being pulled down by Qin Feng. She could not help but exclaim, What's going on? Bitch, give me your life. Before Yili could return to Princess Helan, countless men in black had already surrounded them. Yili glanced at them indifferently and said, It's Renchining's men. Princess Helan was furious. Her hatred and anger towards Renchining were no less than Renchining's towards her. She had originally planned to trap Renchining once and forget about it. In any case, the Prince Ding mansion would take care of him. She did not have to do anything more and lost the lives of the northern soldiers for no reason. She did not expect that Renchining would dare to send people to assassinate her. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Princess Helan did not use the whip anymore. She pulled out the dagger at her waist and rushed towards the assassins with a few guards beside her. Yili said to Qin Feng, Don't let anyone hurt Princess Helan. Chapter 842. Qin Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, the guards of the Prince Ding mansion also rushed forward. The melee between the two sides was not much gentler than a small battle. Renchining, I know you're here. Come out. Princess Helan slashed at an assassin in black and shouted loudly in all directions. A cold voice rang out not far away. I'll fulfill your wish. Renchining jumped down from a small hill by the roadside. The long sword in his hand was like a snake as he stared at Princess Helan and shot straight at her. Hisu and Qin Feng flew forward at the same time. Their two long swords struck Renchining's sword at the same time, blocking Renchining. Behind him, Lin Han had already pulled Princess Helan to Yi Li's side. Renchining glanced at Hisu and Qin Feng in front of him, then looked at Lin Han and Zhuijing who were guarding Yi Li. He knew that if he didn't deal with these people today, he wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on Princess Helan's head. Without saying anything else, He waved his long sword and charged straight at Qin Feng. Even if Ren Qining's martial arts were not the best in the world, he was still one of the best. Back then, Ling Taihan and Lei Jinting had personally said that Ren Qining must be one of the top 10 masters in the world. Although He Su and Qin Feng's martial arts cultivation were still a little inferior to Ren Qining's, the Prince Ding Mansion, especially Qi Lin, was best at fighting together. Back then, a few fledgling Qi Lin had been able to capture Mu Qingcong, one of the top 4 masters in the world. Now that He Su and Qin Feng had joined forces, Ren Qining wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Ren Qining's fight with He Su and Qin Feng lasted for more than half a shurchen. Yili looked at Qin Feng and He Su, who were gradually falling behind. She also praised Ren Qining in her heart. No matter what kind of person Ren Qining was, at least his martial arts were really good. At least he was much stronger than Tan Jiji. Young Master Ren, there won't be any results even if we continue fighting like this. Why don't you listen to this consort and let everyone stop? Yili raised her voice. Ren Qining sneered, and his attacks became even fiercer. Yili narrowed her eyes slightly. Young Master Ren, this consort has never been a gentleman. This consort is particular about the rule of not bullying with numbers. The implication was that if Ren Qining insisted on fighting, she didn't care about bullying with numbers. Ren Qining only had a slight advantage over He Su and Qin Feng. If Qin Feng and He Su really fought with their lives on the line, Ren Qining might not be able to escape unscathed. If Zhuo Jing and Lin Han were to join in, Ren Qining would definitely lose. After a moment, Ren Qining finally snorted coldly and retreated with a sullen face. The remaining assassins also finally stopped and stood behind Ren Qining. Looking at the sullen man opposite her, Yili smiled faintly and stepped forward. Young Master Ren, I didn't expect to see you again so soon after we parted in Glass City. Hearing this, Ren Qining's expression became even more unsightly. He glanced gloomily at Yi Li and the others. He pointed his sword at Princess Helan and said, "Hand that slut over. The matter between I and the Prince Ding Mansion will be decided on the battlefield." Yili shook her head regretfully. Princess Helan is a friend of the Prince Ding Mansion. At least before she leaves the border, the Prince Ding Mansion cannot let anyone touch her. If young Master Ren must kill her, you can wait until she returns to the north. At that time, I won't be able to do anything and won't be troubled, right? Ren Qining sneered and stared at Yili. Princess Ding means that you must protect this slut? Yili sighed helplessly. I have no choice. Young master, please forgive me. Do you think that I only have these people with me? Ren Qining said gloomily. I must tear this slut into pieces. Enough, surnamed Ren. Princess Helan couldn't endure being scolded by such a slut like Ren Qining. She stepped forward and stood beside Yili. She glared at Ren Qining and said, Is there anyone more slutty than you in this world? My cousin saved your life, so my uncle married my cousin to you. But you pretended to be pitiful and deceived them. You even killed my cousin. You used the men of the North to fight for you and help you build your country. You turned your back on us and have sinister intentions. You even want to exterminate the North. In the words of you Central Plains people, people like you should be called scum, trash, despicable. The hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits of the North who died in vain will not let you go. I curse you to die alone in this life and the next. A lowly person like you still wants to revive your country? Dream on. Yili couldn't help but cover her mouth and hold back the laughter at her heart. Helan's Central Plains language was ordinary, but when it came to scolding people, even 3 Central Plains people couldn't compare to her. Just by looking at Ren Qining's face, which was green, blue, and purple, one could see how wonderful her scolding was. Yili coughed softly and said to Princess Helan, All right, Helan, this place was not a place to fight, not to mention that everyone was so close to each other. If Ren Qining really went crazy with anger, it wouldn't be good if he hurt anyone. Princess Helan still wanted to continue, but for the sake of Yili, she resentfully shut her mouth. Seeing that Ren Qining had calmed down, Yili said, Young Master Ren, I have no right to intervene in the grievances between you and the North, and I can't say who is right and who is wrong. This consort only wants to ask young master, will killing Princess Helan have any effect on the situation? Rin Qining was stunned. At this point, the North's army had already left. Whether he killed Helan or not, it would have no effect on the situation. At most, it would help him vent his anger or give the Prince Ding mansion a slap in the face. But if Yili refused to back down, how much would he have to pay to take Helan's life? Looking back at the hundreds of assassins he brought, only a few were left. Rin Qining's eyes dimmed. Yili continued, I know that young Master Rin still has an ambush. But young Master Rin should know that I can't just come here with a few guards. To be honest, Princess Helan's life or death has no effect on the Prince Ding mansion. But if young Master Rin insists on making a move, I can only accompany you. The Prince Ding mansion promised to send the people of the North away safely, and they definitely won't go back on their word. Rin Qining was silent for a moment, looked at Yi Li, and sneered, Princess, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger and inviting calamity if you let them leave now? I was able to persuade them back then. Could it be that they were really deceived by I? If they didn't have their own ambitions, how could they be persuaded by I? Yi Li said calmly, no one can guarantee that there will always be peace and prosperity. At least at this moment, the North doesn't have the heart to fight for the Central Plains. If it weren't for young Master Run, they would still be fishing and hunting in the White Mountains and Black Waters and have nothing to do with the Central Plains. I can't exterminate the North for the so-called future, can I? If the Central Plains is always strong and powerful, the foreign races naturally won't dare to have the slightest disrespect. If they're willing to degenerate, even if the North is exterminated today, how can young Master Rin guarantee that there won't be a Western or Eastern region tomorrow? Rin Qining snorted, knowing that he couldn't persuade Yi Li to back down. A woman like Yi Li had her own conclusions long ago, and it was indeed difficult to persuade others. Rin Qining shot an arrow at Princess Helan. You'd better not take a single step in the North for the rest of your life, or I will exhaust my whole life to make you die without a complete corpse. Chapter 843. Princess Helan was not afraid at all and replied with a sneer, This lady will pray to the great god day and night to let you die early and reincarnate. Seeing that Rin Qining had compromised, Yili did not say anything more. She instructed Qin Feng, send someone to escort Princess Helan to catch up with the group in front. Also send the princess out of seclusion. Qin Feng nodded silently. Princess, please. Princess Helan knew that Yili was worried that Rin Qining would secretly play tricks, so she let her go first. She made a face at Yili, waved her hand, and mounted a horse led by a guard behind her. She led her people and rode away. Princess Ding, see you later. After Princess Helan left, only Yi Li and Rin Qining were left on the side of the road. The two sides were confronting each other. Rin Qining had been angry for the past 2 days, but when he was really angry and faced Yi Li again, he forced himself to calm down. Looking at Yi Li's beautiful face, he sneered, Princess Ding, good move. Yi Li raised her hand and brushed the hair on her cheek. She smiled faintly and said, Young Master Run, you flatter me. I just happened to be here. The veins on Rin Qining's forehead bulged, and his eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. In Rin Qining's ears, Yi Li's words clearly sounded like she was mocking him for being incompetent, which gave her the opportunity to plot against him. He took a deep breath and suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart. Rin Qining glanced at the people around Yi Li and sneered. She sneered and said, Everyone says that Prince Ding and Princess Ding are inseparable, but why didn't I see Prince Ding fighting this time? Could it be that he looks down on I and disdains to show himself? Young Master Ren, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Our prince is now fighting with the northern tribes. Naturally, he is not here. Yi Li said, Besides, although Prince and I are husband and wife, we are not the same person. How can there not be a time when we are separated? Rin Qining stared at Yi Li, and his smile became more sinister. I have long heard that Princess Consort is also a god of war. It seems at this time I will not have the chance to experience the tactics of the war god of the Chu state. I will not have lived in vain to experience Princess Consort's military tactics. But if Princess Consort is lost again, I want to see if Prince Ding will have the chance to kill my entire family. When he said the last sentence, Qining's words, there was a bloodthirst. In the past 2 years, the conflict between the tribes of the northern region and the old officials of the Central Plains had intensified. It started when Mo Xiaoyao sent people to assassinate the queen and the princes of the northern Jin kingdom. It could be said that Ren Qining's defeat today was also the root of the disaster at that time. Perhaps he did not understand at the start, but after thinking about it, even someone as unscrupulous as Ren Qining could not help but tremble with fear at Mo Xiaoyao's schemes and calculations. Yi Li pursed her lips and smiled. How can I let you sacrifice the lives of your entire family? I will take care of myself, and I hope you will too. I hope so. Ren Qining sneered. Goodbye. At this time, both sides could be said to have revealed their true intentions, so there was no need to be polite. I won't see you out, Ren Qining said. Ren Qining watched Yi Li and the rest leave calmly. He stood by the ancient road with his hands behind his back, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing him like this, the assassins standing behind him did not dare to disturb him. After a long while, a subordinate who could not wait any longer came to find him. Seeing Ren Qining standing there in a daze, he hurried forward to greet him. Your Majesty, the Northern Army and gone, Ren Qining said coldly. Should I go and chase them back immediately? There's no need. Ren Qining shook his head and turned to walk back. He said in a low voice, let's go back. We're about to prepare for the battle. In at most 3 to 5 days, Leng Huai's troops at Baohinia Pass will definitely arrive. The general following behind him was shocked. If that is the case, won't we be pincered by the Mahist army? Your Majesty, shouldn't we retreat first? Ren Qining looked back and asked calmly, where should we retreat to? Behind us is Baohinia Pass. If we go north, even if we break through Yi Li's blockade, do you think the Northern Army will bite back at us at this time? The general behind him could not help but change expression. After thinking for a bit, he broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, then what should we do? What should we do? Ren Qining walked at the front, his footsteps steady. But no one saw the trace of confusion that flashed across his face. I also want to know what to do. The area outside Baohinia Pass had been vast and sparsely populated since ancient times. There are not even many decent cities. In this kind of place, there was no need to pay attention to the art of war or the terrain when fighting. The terrain was flat, and all the soldiers and horses had nowhere to hide in broad daylight. But no matter how weak Ren Qining's troops were, they still had millions of troops. As the saying goes, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. Leng Huai's Mahist army of more than 200,000 and Yi Li's troops that surrendered only had about 500,000. For a time, the two armies were in a deadlock outside Baohinia Pass. A few days later, the Mahist army sent out an edict personally written by Princess Ding, saying that the people were innocent. The Mahist army in the north was fighting with the barbarians in the north, and they were unwilling to act rashly against their own people. As long as the soldiers of the Northern Army were willing to surrender, everything would be forgotten. If they were still willing to join the army, they could join the Mahist army. If they were not willing, they could disarm and return to their fields. On the other hand, the news that Ren Qining was not an orphan of the previous dynasty came out of nowhere. There were also a few old officials under Ren Qining who personally testified. Hence, not only were the ordinary soldiers in the lower ranks divided, but even the generals under Ren Qining who were originally trusted started to waver in their hearts. In the Northern Army camp, there were soldiers escaping every day. What's more, he directly surrendered to the enemy on the battlefield. No matter how severe Qining's punishment was, it was still not enough. On the 15th of August, the two armies once again faced off 10 miles outside Chongqing City. Leng Huai, who originally split into 2 groups, also led his troops to meet up with Yi Li and Yi Su. Ren Qining, who originally had millions of troops, was now left with less than 200,000 troops. Their morale was low, and their appearance was disorderly. They could not be compared to the Mahist army behind Yi Li and the others who were all dressed in black. Everyone knew that today was the last battle. Ren Qining was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, riding on a chestnut horse. He looked coldly at Yi Li and the others on the opposite side. He seemed to be losing, but not losing. After a moment of silence, Ren Qining pulled out his sword and pointed at Yi Li. He said in a deep voice, "Princess Ding, I's defeat today was not because of the war, but because the heavens failed me. If it was only about marching and fighting, there was really nothing to say these days." Originally, Ren Qining with millions of troops should not have been defeated so quickly. Unfortunately, Ren Qining did not have any advantage at all. How could he not be defeated? How could he be convinced if he was defeated? Before Yi Li could speak, Leng Haoyu, who was following behind him, sneered, "The heavens help those who achieve Tao. If you don't fail the heavens, how will the heavens fail you?" Ren Qining's face sank, and he did not say anything more. "In that case, Princess Ding, can we fight?" Leng Huai, who was on the right side of Yi Li, patted his horse and said coldly, "There is no need for the princess to fight. I want to see the Northern Region King's martial arts." Chapter 844. Ren Qining smiled disdainfully and said, "Old General Leng, you're old. Why don't you retire at home? I don't want to bully you because you're old and weak." Leng Huai was so angry that his face turned green. With a roar, he raised his sword and rushed towards Ren Qining. Seeing him like this, Ren Qining didn't hold back. He waved his sword and slashed back. Everyone watched Leng Huai and Ren Qining fight and didn't go forward to help. However, Leng Haoyu frowned slightly as he stared at the two people fighting. The long sword in his hand had already been unsheathed. Yi Li sighed in a low voice. "Old General Leng is no match for Ren Qining. Leng Er, go and help." Although Ren Qining's martial arts were brilliant, he couldn't do anything if Qin Feng and the others swarmed him. Yi Li had never liked the monotonous, one-on-one practice before fighting. However, Leng Huai had a grudge against Ren Qining for his son's death. Leng Huai was no longer young. Previously, he had forced himself to guard Zijing Pass and the Chu capital for a few months, so his vitality was greatly damaged. He still refused to rest and led the troops to guard the Purple Thorn Pass in order to avenge his beloved son. Yi Li naturally couldn't disappoint Leng Huai. Leng Haoyu had been worried about Leng Huai's safety for a long time. As soon as Yi Li spoke, he immediately rushed over. With a swing of his sword, he blocked Ren Qining's sword that was stabbing towards Leng Huai. Ren Qining sneered. "One died, but there's still a good son." Without another word, 3 consecutive swords came towards Leng Huai. Leng Haoyu's long sword danced out a sword net, blocking Ren Qining's sword. Qin Feng whispered beside Yi Li, "Princess, Leng Er and General Leng are no match for Ren Qining." Ren Qining's martial arts were not only among the top 10 in the world, but at least among the top 5. Compared to Ling Taihan and Lei Jinting, he only lacked time and experience. As for a natural-born freak like Mo Xiaoyao, he naturally couldn't compare. However, Leng Haoyu's martial arts could only be considered good. Compared to a general like Leng Huai, it was unknown how much stronger he was. Yi Li said indifferently, "Don't worry about them. Do it. We must end this battle today." Suddenly, the sound of war drums could be heard on the battlefield. The Mahist army behind Yi Li roared in unison as they charged towards the army of the Northern Region. Over the past few days, the Northern Region army had either fled or surrendered. Only these few people were left, and they were already frightened out of their wits. When they saw the Mahist army charging over like a black tide, they were on the verge of collapsing. In the chaos, Ren Qining, Leng Huai, and Leng Haoyu gradually moved to a place with fewer people. In the end, it was Ren Qining who impatiently swept Leng Huai to the ground with his sword. He was seriously injured. "Father!" Leng Haoyu's expression changed. He swung his sword at Ren Qining a few times. Behind him, Yi Li, Qin Feng and the others also followed. Qin Feng saw that Leng Huai was seriously injured, and Leng Haoyu was also injured. Without saying a word, he directly drew his sword and stood up straight. Behind him, Zhuo Jing also joined the battle. Yili then called people to send Leng Huai away to treat his injuries. Ren Qining had been fighting hard for days. At this time, he was facing Leng Haoyu, Qin Feng, and Zhuo Jing at the same time. Gradually, he began to show a trace of exhaustion. Qin Feng saw a flaw and mercilessly stabbed his sword diagonally across his chest. Ren Qining's face turned pale, and a trace of scarlet overflowed from the corner of his mouth. With a swing of his sword, he pushed the three people away and leaped forward. Seeing that he was about to escape, everyone hurriedly chased after him. Outside Chongqing City, by a quiet lake, Ren Qining, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, sat quietly, looking at the small city standing not far away. He had been busy for half of his life and used all kinds of methods to repay his kindness. What he got was only that small city and the incomplete half of the palace. So, tired, Qi Lin had never failed when he made a move. Qin Feng's sword seemed to have missed, but in fact, it was just that he wouldn't die for a while. It was just a little better than dying immediately. Ren Qining tapped a few acupoints, but the blood was still flowing out of the wound. He simply didn't bother to care about it. He casually inserted his sword into the ground beside him, sat alone by the lake, and let out a long sigh of relief. After a while, Yi Li and the others followed. Seeing the figure by the lake, Yi Li raised her hand to stop everyone and walked forward alone. Qin Feng and Zhuo Jing exchanged glances. They each took a position and stared vigilantly at the bright yellow figure. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Ren Qining turned around and saw Yi Li. He smiled faintly and said, "You're here. If you didn't come, I might not have been able to wait for you." Yi Li looked down and saw that the ground under him was stained red with blood. His face was as pale as paper, and he didn't have the vigor he had when he fought with the people on the battlefield. "Northern Region King, do you have something to say?" Yi Li asked with a lowered eyebrow. Ren Qining waved his hand indifferently and said, "You can call me Ren Qining. It's a name that has been with me my whole life. I'm too lazy to change it." Before he died, he didn't care about the title of Northern Region King or Lin Yuan's identity. In fact, only the name Ren Qining had been with him his whole life. The other two names were probably just what he wanted. Yi Li changed her words and said, "Young Master Ren, do you have something to say?" Ren Qining said faintly, "I don't have anything to say. It's just that I'm about to die. I don't want to die alone. It's a pity that I can't fight with Princess." Yi Li said, "I'm afraid that my insignificant skills won't be able to enter young Master Ren's eyes." Ren Qining looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "Actually, I seriously thought about whether I should risk my life to kill you. Whenever I think about Mo Xiaoyao's expression when he hears about your death, I feel very happy." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said, "If that's the case, why didn't young Master Ren do it before?" Ren Qining shook his head and sighed. "I don't have the confidence to kill you. Moreover, thinking about it now, it's very boring. Even if Mo Xiaoyao is heartbroken, it won't do me any good. Although many people think that I've done so many things, it's very funny. But I always feel that Princess won't laugh at me. There's nothing funny about people who work hard for their beliefs, even if their beliefs are wrong in the eyes of the world. Moreover, who can understand what's right and wrong in this world?" Yi Li said lightly. "Well said." Ren Qining smiled and said, "So it's wrong?" Yi Li looked down and said, "If young Master Ren feels that it's not wrong, then it's not wrong." Ren Qining weakly supported himself with his sword and muttered in a low voice, "Yes, if I feel that it's not wrong, then it's not wrong. If it's wrong, then my life, what is it?" Scenes from when he was young slowly flowed through his eyes. Since he was young, he had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility. He was the only descendant of the Lin family, the only hope for the previous dynasty to restore the country. Children of the same age, when others were acting spoiled in their parents' arms, he was in the study with his teacher to study the classics of governing the country. When others were playing, he was learning strategy and tactics. When others were sleeping soundly in their beds, he had to wake up early to practice martial arts, training in the winter and the hot summer. It was a pity that he wasn't a genius like Mo Xiaoyao. Now that he had fallen to such a state, it could only be said that this was his fate. But did anyone ask him what he wanted to do in this life? Have you ever done anything that you want to do? Chapter 845. A pair of beautiful and energetic eyes flashed past his eyes. At that time, he had just turned 20 years old, but as a young man, he met an innocent and intelligent girl who had never seen the world. She had saved his life, and in his spare time, while he was recuperating, he had picked wild flowers and woven them into a garland for her. Her beautiful face was dyed with a faint red glow, and she was more moving than any woman he had ever seen. Then he married her, and she gave birth to children for him. If he wasn't Lin Yuan, if he didn't have those responsibilities, Su Yili silently watched the blood-stained sword cut across his neck. The long sword fell to the ground with a clang, and the man in the dragon robe slowly fell down. Su Yili remembered that she had lived with Princess Helan for a while. She remembered that her cousin, the princess of the northern region and the former queen of Renqining, was called Su the Bright Pearl. Princess, Lung Haoyu and the others came forward and glanced at the person on the ground. Lung Haoyu couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that he would actually. Yili sighed softly and said, give him a proper burial. He could be considered a formidable person. He will be posthumously conferred the title of Prince Chongqing and be buried together with the queen of the northern region. Zhuojing hesitated for a moment before saying, Princess, the ashes of the queen of the northern region and several princesses and princes have been brought back to the northern region by Princess Helan. Yili thought for a moment. Set up a cenotaph for him. Send someone to send the ashes to the northern region. Let Princess Helan do as she pleases. After saying that, Yili, who was somewhat dispirited, no longer looked at the person on the ground and turned back to the camp. August 15th. It was time to go back. Let Princess Helan do as she pleases. Zhuojing smacked his lips. With Queen Helan's hatred for Ren Qining, she would scatter his ashes on the road and let people trample on them. After a while, someone came to see Ren Qining's body and took it away. The lakeside regained its tranquility. After a long time, a blue-clothed man appeared at the lakeside. He stared at the dark red bloodstains on the ground for a long time before reaching out to pick up the sword on the ground. He lifted up the hem of his robe and sliced open the sword. The blue-clothed man slowly wiped the dried blood on the sword and softly sighed. I really didn't expect that you would actually. I originally thought that there would be a battle between you and me, but it turned out that I hadn't even seen you seriously. The blue-clothed man casually threw away the cloth in his hand, flicked his sleeves, and left. The blood-stained blue cloth fluttered in the breeze and was blown into the rippling lake. It was slowly soaked, and blood slowly spread out in the lake. In a Mahist army's tent, Yili raised her head to look at the blue-clothed man in front of her. Her gaze paused on the sword in his hand for a moment before she asked, What are your plans? Tan Jiji smiled indifferently and said, If Wang Fei intends to continue to lock me up, it doesn't matter. If Wang Fei doesn't have this intention, then I want to leave. Yili raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, Where are you going? Are you going to find a new place to start again? Tan Jiji shook his head and said, Maybe I'll walk around, or go to the western regions, or go out to sea. Yili looked at him with interest and said, What about your ambitions? You don't want it anymore? Tan Jiji said with a bitter smile, With Prince Ding and Wang Fei here, no one else can interfere with my ambitions. This one still has some self-awareness. Seeing his end, I originally didn't understand, but now I feel that it doesn't matter anymore. Two people, the same name, the same mission and responsibility, but different experiences and different solutions. Seeing Ren Qining end up like this, Tan Jiji, who had always felt that he hated him deeply, felt a bit more sympathy for him. His original ambitions also became a bit more dull. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation, Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. Talking and laughing about the ambitions of the emperor is not better than drinking in the mortal world. Yili softly said. Tan Jiji was slightly lost in thought, but then he smiled and nodded in praise. Wang Fei's temperament, such insight. Tan Jiji is ashamed. From now on, there is only Tan Jiji, there is no Lin Yuan. Wang Fei, this one will take his leave. Yili looked at him. Don't you plan to go back and see Dr. Lin? Tan Jiji shook his head and said with a bitter smile, forget it. Father probably doesn't want to see an unfilial son like me. In the future, please take care of me, Wang Fei. Yili nodded and said, fine, you decide. Tan Jiji didn't say anything else and cupped his hands. Goodbye. I won't see you out. Seeing Tan Jiji leave, Qin Feng, who was behind Yili, whispered, Wang Fei, are we really letting him go here? If he has any other ideas, it will be troublesome. Yili shook her head and said, Tan Jiji is a smart person. He knows that he can't do anything, so he won't be obsessed with this. But if he does anything else, there is no need to ask, just kill him. Qin Feng nodded. Tan Jiji was alone and had offended Mo Jingli. It wouldn't be easy for him to do anything. Wang Fei, Tan Jiji, and Ren Qining, who is the orphan of the previous dynasty. Qin Feng asked curiously. Yili lightly shook her head and said with a smile, I don't know. Who is and who isn't, what's the point? Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Wang Fei is right. Who really cared who was and who wasn't? If they were ambitious, even if they killed Tan Jiji, there would be a third and fourth Lin Yuan, Wang Yuan, Zhao Yuan. Chapter 846. Princess Ding Yi Li had defeated the Northern Territory King Ren Qining within a month. In 2 months, she had completely pacified the entire northeast region. The border with the Northern Territory Brute tribe had returned to where it was in the Dechu state. However, the returned territory and people were no longer citizens of the Dechu state. Instead, they were now under the king's manor. Even though the rulers of large countries like Great Chu, Xiling, and northern tribes could see that the foundation of the north was not stable and that there were many hidden dangers within, but there were still millions of people. Ding Wang Fei was able to pacify them in less than 3 months. It was shocking. From then on, Princess Ding Yi Li's achievements in the field of martial prowess did not belong to any of the past generals. The people below the Prince Ding mansion and outside the newly pacified Purple Thorns Pass revered Princess Ding like a god. In the western tombs genome of Gojoseon Palace, Lei Jinting was studying the map on the table with his head lowered. Ever since Infinite Boundless Mountain and Mo Jingli had gotten together, Mo Jingli had actually begun to vaguely show signs of provocation towards the western tomb. Infinite Boundless Mountain did indeed have some ability. In a few confrontations, they had caused Lei Jinting to suffer a few small losses. This had also strengthened Lei Jinting's determination to destroy Infinite Boundless Mountain. Below him, young Master Qingchen was sitting peacefully in his white robes. Even though Infinite Boundless Mountain was hidden deep within the mountains and had a natural formation as cover, young Master Qingchen's face did not have the slightest trace of worry. He was just leisurely sipping his tea, waiting for Lei Jinting's reaction. Father! Father! Lei Tingfeng hurried in with a letter in his hand. Lei Jinting could not help but frown. In terms of age, Lei Tingfeng was about the same as Su Qingchen and Mo Xiaoyao. However, not to mention their strategies and methods, their personalities were far from being as calm and collected as these two. It was no wonder that Lei Jinting had always been worried about his only son. In fact, Lei Tingfeng's ability and strategy might not be as good as Mo Xiaoyao and Su Qingchen, but he definitely wasn't any worse than people like Mo Jingli and Ren Qining. It was just that he was always under his father's shadow and lacked experience, so his personality was slightly lacking compared to others. Young Master Qingchen is still here. How can you make such a big fuss? What happened? Lei Jinting asked in a deep voice. Lei Tingfeng also saw Su Qingshun sitting at the side as soon as he entered the room. He was stunned and secretly regretted his rashness just now. However, being scolded by his father in front of Su Qingshun, his expression turned ugly. Su Qingshun put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Since Duke Rue is here, there must be something important. I will take my leave first." Glancing at the letter in Lei Tingfeng's hands, Lei Jinting could roughly guess what it was about. He shook his head and said, "Young Master Qingshun is not an outsider. Just say it." Lei Tingfeng hesitated for a moment before handing the letter to Lei Jinting. Princess Ding destroyed Ren Qining's million-strong army. Ren Qining committed suicide. What? Even someone like Lei Jinting, who had been through many storms, couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't blame his son for losing his composure just now. Originally, while Lei Jinting didn't think highly of the alliance between the northern tribes and the northern territories, he was still happy to see it happen. After all, while he was cooperating with the Prince Ding Mansion to deal with Infinite Boundless Mountain, he also had to guard against any sneak attacks from the Prince Ding Mansion. With the northern territories holding them back, he was much more at ease. But who would have thought that just a mere Yi Li would be able to destroy the northern territories in just 2 months? Mo Xiuyao hadn't even had to lift a finger. Was it the Prince Ding Mansion that was too strong, or the northern territories that were too weak? Thinking of this, Lei Jinting's expression as he looked at Su Qingshun also changed somewhat. Su Qingshun, however, seemed oblivious to it, her expression indifferent. Lei Jinting calmed himself down before smiling at Su Qingshun. Princess Ding is indeed a female hero of her generation. I must congratulate young Master Qingshun and the Prince Ding Mansion. Su Qingshun smiled mildly. While stabilizing the northern territories could be considered a stroke of good luck that couldn't be replicated, Su Qingshun was still extremely happy that his cousin had successfully accomplished such a great thing. Nodding with a slight smile, she said, "Many thanks to Prince. Lear is still young. It is also her luck that she was able to achieve such a feat by accident." Beside them, Lei Tingfeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch upon hearing this. Princess Ding had only been famous for less than 10 years, guarding the eternal forest, suppressing the northwest, sweeping through the western tomb, and now stabilizing the northern territories. Even his royal father had suffered a loss at her hands. Such a person was still young. When she was no longer young, how could she still live? Su Qingshun probably also felt that such humble words sounded more like bragging to others. Naturally, she changed the topic with a smile. The matters of the northern territories are far away. Let's not bother about them. Instead, let's talk about how we should deal with Infinite Boundless Mountain. If our two families can't even take down Infinite Boundless Mountain, this will really have no face to return to Glass City. Lei Jinting's and Lei Tingfeng's expressions also brightened. The Northern Territories was already a foregone conclusion. There was no point in dwelling on it. It was just that the borders of the Northern Territories would have to be carefully rearranged. However, before their eyes, if it were the tens of thousands of mighty soldiers of Jinan Palace, as well as the wise young Master Qingshun, they wouldn't be able to take down a mere infinite boundless mountain. That Ren Qining wasn't the #1 joke under the heavens. They were. Moreover, Mo Jingli relied on infinite boundless mountain support to provoke them time and time again at the Cloud Mist River. Lei Jinting definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Now that infinite boundless mountain was not destroyed, the Prince Ding Mansion would only lose some face. To the Western Tomb, it was already a great enemy. Lei Jinting nodded. Young Master Qingshun's words make sense. I wonder if young Master Qingshun has any thoughts on the natural grand formation within the infinite boundless mountain range? Su Qingshun frowned. Although I have already seen the map, it is still incomplete at the end of the day. I, however, have some thoughts. However, I need to personally head to Infinite Boundless Mountain in order to verify them. Lei Jinting said, there have been some small matters by the Cloud Mist River recently. I cannot accompany young Master there. Quan will lead 50,000 elite soldiers to accompany young Master to Infinite Boundless Mountain. What does young Master think? Su Qingchen nodded, cupping his hands towards Lei Tingfeng, smiling. Then I will have to trouble Duke Rue. Lei Tingfeng hurriedly returned the greeting. It is my duty. Young Master Qingchen need not mind it. After sending Su Qingchen off, Lei Jinting and his son were speechless for a long time in the study. Lei Tongfeng asked somewhat worriedly, Father, are we just going to leave the matters of the Northern Territories to their own devices? Lei Jinting smiled bitterly. How are we going to manage it? The Northern Territories have nothing to do with our Western tomb in the first place. Also, it was the Northern Territories themselves who first provoked the Prince Ding Mansion. Even if they were to perish, they would only be seeking their own deaths. It's just that even I did not expect that this Yili would actually be so. Lei Tongfeng could not help but sigh in admiration. Princess Ding is truly not something that any woman in this world can compare to. Even those few from Infinite Boundless Mountain are probably worlds apart when compared to Princess Ding. Lei Jinting looked at the letter that Lei Tongfeng had presented to him. Princess Ding has conferred upon Ren Qining the title of Duke of Chongqing. Such grace. Back in the Western Tomb, Ren Qining had plotted to assassinate Yi Li, which had also directly led to the Western Tomb's nobles being massacred by Mo Xiaoyao until rivers of blood flowed. For such a person, it was already rather good that Yi Li had not seen his corpse torn apart and tossed into the wilderness. She had actually conferred upon him the title of Duke and given him a noble burial. Chapter 847. Even though Ding Wangfei is a woman, she already has the heart and bearing of a man who can turn the clouds with one hand and look down on the world. Lei Jinting sighed softly. The father and son sighed again and again. In the end, they could only sigh at Mo Xiaoyao's good fortune. Jiangnan, the Chu state, in the regent's mansion. When Mo Jingli received the news, he was not as calm as Lei Jinting and his son. With a wave of his hand, he swept the things on the desk to the ground. He clutched the letter in his hand so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. Yi Li, what a good Yi Li! No matter how much power he had now, Mo Jingli felt extremely unwilling at all times. Perhaps he had understood a long time ago that abandoning that woman back then was his greatest loss and regret in this life. And now, every inch of the Prince Ding Mansion's achievements seemed to indicate his incompetence. The news that Yi Li had pacified the North was even more like a mockery to him. What are you making a fuss about? Dongfang Yu appeared at the door of the study. She had taken off her snow-white clothes and put on the beautiful clothes of the regent's consort. Dongfang Yu's originally beautiful face was now even more graceful and luxurious. Just by looking at the cold and seemingly mocking gaze that she was looking at Mo Jingli with, one would not think that they were a newlywed couple. Mo Jingli's face darkened. He said unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Dongfang Yu ignored his expression. She calmly stepped into the study, crossed the messy floor, and stood in front of Mo Jingli. She said with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you angry because the Prince Ding Mansion and Yi Li destroyed Ren Qining?" Mo Jingli snorted softly and said mockingly, "The Infinite Boundless Mountains news is indeed fast." Dongfang Yu raised her eyebrows, saying, "The Infinite Boundless Mountains news is naturally fast. What's so strange about that? I already knew about this news 10 days ago." Mo Jingli's expression changed. He grabbed Dongfang Yu and said, "10 days ago? Why don't you say it?" Dongfang Yu slapped his hand away casually and laughed disdainfully. "Why should I say it? Do you think that you can control the Infinite Boundless Mountain just because I married you? Mo Jingli, you think too highly of yourself. My master agreed to assist you because he had no other choice. Why don't you take a look at what kind of material you are?" Mo Jingli's face contorted as he was mocked by his own wife. He pushed Dongfang Yu away and scolded angrily, "Slut! You!" Dongfang Yu interrupted him unceremoniously. "My master told me to tell you, don't always make your own decisions. Why don't you take a look at your current strength? If you really provoke Lei Jinting, you won't be able to bear the consequences." With that, Dongfang Yu turned and walked out of the door, ignoring Mo Jingli's expression. Mo Jingli stared coldly at Dong Fongyu's back as she disappeared through the door. He clenched his teeth, saying Dong Fong. No matter how much Mo Jingli clenched his teeth, he was still unable to change the fact that he was currently unable to touch Dong Fongyu. When he had planned to marry Dong Fongyu back then, he had only wanted the power of the infinite boundless mountain. Now that he had it, he also understood why Mo Xiaoyao had been so dismissive of the infinite boundless mountain's power. Why had the always ambitious Lei Jinting not interfered in the affairs of the infinite boundless mountain from the start? That's right, the infinite boundless mountain's power was indeed shocking. With the help of the infinite boundless mountain's power, the Dechu state's power had increased greatly in just a few short months. Even if they were to clash with Lei Jinting now, they might still be able to put up a fight. But at the same time, he was also restricted by the infinite boundless mountain. Many of his decisions had to be approved by Dongfang Hui, and Dongfang Yu was even more hateful towards him, finding fault with him everywhere. The dignified regent of the Dechu state was actually restricted by 2 women. Such humiliation, no matter how great his power was, could not make up for the anger in Mo Jingli's heart. Just as everyone was discussing, Yili had already finished dealing with the affairs of Chongqing City. She threw the rest of the trivial matters to Leng Huai and Leng Haoyu, and brought Zhuo Jing and the others into the pass, heading towards the Mahist army camp where Mo Xiaoyao was. Mo Xiaoyao had long been waiting outside the door. When he saw Yi Li and the others riding over, he immediately flew up to welcome them, landing on Yi Li's horse. Yi Li's horse was also a Fergana horse that was 1 in 10,000. Even when a person landed on it, it did not panic in the slightest and continued to walk forward steadily. Mo Xiaoyao sat behind Yi Li, one hand around her waist, the other holding the reins. The horse whinnied and turned to run in another direction. Qin Feng, Zhuo Jing, and the others looked at each other, not knowing whether to chase or not. A moment later, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Let's go back first. With the prince and the princess together, nothing will happen." The prince clearly wanted to be alone with the princess. If they did not know what was good for them and followed, wouldn't the prince remember them in his heart? Who knew when they would be in big trouble? The others also felt that this was very reasonable, and they rode their horses in the direction of the camp. When the time came, the generals who were waiting outside the camp to welcome the princess' return were left waiting for nothing. They looked at each other and could only rub their noses and go back. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li rode the same horse. After a while, Mo Xiaoyao did not pay attention to it. He allowed it to roam on its own, and even stopped to nibble on the grass on the ground. Mo Xiaoyao only pulled Yi Li into his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder as he rubbed intimately. "Princess Li, you finally came back. I missed you so much." Yi Li helplessly turned her head and kissed his face. She leaned into his arms and said softly, "I also missed you." Mo Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He lifted her small chin and stared at those warm and red lips as he fiercely kissed her. "Princess Li Xiao, don't make a fuss." Yi Li was frightened by his sudden passion. Mo Xiaoyao was not willing to stop. He raised a hand to hold the back of her head and deepen the kiss. Yi Li was helpless. She sighed inside and raised a hand to wrap around his neck. She also sank into an intimate entanglement. Mo Xiaoyao hugged Yi Li and leaned to the side. The 2 of them immediately fell off the back of the horse. Yi Li reflexively hugged Mo Xiaoyao. The 2 of them landed on the grass and rolled a long way before they stopped. Mo Xiaoyao looked down at the blushing face below him and planted a series of lingering kisses. He buried his head in Yi Li's hair and laughed softly. Princess Li, silver and black hair tangled together. It was exceptionally eye-catching, but it also seemed like they were meant to be tangled together. Yi Li smiled and said softly, "Xiaoyao, I'm back." Mo Xiaoyao helped Yi Li up, and the 2 of them sat side by side on the grass. It turned out that Yi Li's horse had been strolling casually and had arrived at a call not far away. The 2 of them sat on the call and looked down. From afar, they could see the Northern Tribe's army camp. Princess Li managed to pacify the northern region in a short 2 months. Your husband, on the other hand, has not made any progress in these 2 months. I'm so ashamed. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and laughed mockingly. Yi Li reached out and pinched his handsome face. She smiled and said, "Take the northern tribes and the northern region as an example. Why didn't Yelu Yi fight you to the death?" Although they were 2 different countries, the difference between the northern tribes and the northern region was like the difference between clouds and mud. The northern tribes have been established for hundreds of years. Every dynasty had invaded the Central Plains. Although they had never truly attacked the Central Plains, the northern tribes were the biggest threat to the Central Plains. Moreover, the climate of the northern tribes was harsh, and the people were valiant. Their martial spirit was much stronger than that of the northern region. It could be said that although Yelu Yi had formed an alliance with the northern region, he had only treated Ren Qining as a pawn to contain the Mahist army. He had never treated him as an equal. Chapter 848. Mo Xiaoyao gently rubbed his face against Yi Li's and smiled. He doesn't want to fight me to the death. He only wants my life. Yi Li still wanted to return to the northern tribes to fight for the position of king of the northern tribes for Yelu Hong. Why would he fight Mo Xiaoyao to the death? Unfortunately, in this world, there were many people who wanted Mo Xiaoyao's life, but Mo Xiaoyao was still alive, and the more he lived, the better. Yelu Hong and Princess Rong Hua have already returned. Yi Li asked. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. That's right, but Helian Zhun has already arrived. He even brought 800,000 men with him. Right now, there are at least 1,300,000 men in the northern tribes camp. So many? Yi Li frowned slightly. No wonder Mo Xiaoyao had been talking for so long, but had not made any progress. Not to mention the soldiers and horses that the Prince Ding mansion had taken back from the Chu state. The Mahist army's elite soldiers numbered less than 1 million, and they also had to guard the various places. In terms of soldiers and horses, they could not compete with the northern tribes. Mo Xiaoyao smiled coldly. The more the better. I promised Yelu Hong that I would not touch the northern tribes' foundations, but since they came here of their own accord, they can forget about going back. Seeing the killing intent that flashed across Mo Xiaoyao's face, Yi Li tenderly kissed his cold cheeks and said softly, "Don't worry. We will avenge Big Brother." Mo Xiaoyao nodded. "Li, thank you." The 2 led their horses down the hill. At the foot of the hill, there was a small village. There were very few people in the small village. The villagers' eyes were dim, and they were as thin as bones. Their ragged clothes were unbearable to look at. Yi Li couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat when she thought of how the people under the rule of the Northwest Prince Ding mansion lived in peace and contentment, and then looked at these exhausted and despairing people. Seeing her staring at those people in a daze, Mo Xiaoyao could not help but sigh softly. He pulled her into his arms and promised in a low voice, "We will definitely get rid of the northern tribes as soon as possible." Yi Li was a little puzzled as she asked, "Why are these people not leaving this place?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. "Where can we go if we leave this place?" Even though the Prince Ding mansion was able to accommodate them, many of them starved to death on their journey. Besides, the Northwest was too small to accommodate so many people. Which part of the world isn't in chaos? Even if they fled to the South was not peaceful either. There were also many elderly, women, and children. Firstly, it was difficult to leave their homeland, and secondly, they did not have the ability to travel so far. This village was the same. If the young people did not join the army, they would have fled. Those left behind were the elderly who could not leave, and the young and helpless children. They were already considered lucky. More than half of the people in the north had already been killed when the northern tribes invaded the Great Pass. Villages like this are everywhere. Saying this, Mo Xiaoyao could not help but feel sad. When the northern tribes invaded the Chu state, he was planning to attack Xiling naturally. There were no soldiers in the northwest to help the Chu state resist the northern tribes. Even though the Prince Ding mansion had severed all ties with the Chu state at that time, They had not done anything wrong in terms of reputation. But facing these worried and numb people, Emo Xiaoyao's heart was not made of iron. He could not help but feel a trace of guilt. The two of you, are the two of you His Highness Prince Ding and Wang Fei? The two of them led their horses and walked slowly. Suddenly, an old trembling voice came from the side of the road. The two of them looked over and saw a 70-year-old white-haired man in ragged clothes by the side of the road. He was supporting himself with a wooden staff and trembling as he looked at the two of them. Emo Xiaoyao looked silently at the old man for a while before asking, "How do you know?" The old man said emotionally, "I heard that His Highness Prince Ding is in his prime, but has a head of white hair. And I also heard that Prince Ding's army camp is just a few dozen li away. Prince Wang Fei, I beg you to save the people of the Dechu state." As he spoke, the old man's staff tilted and he knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Not far away, a few villagers heard the old man's words and hurriedly ran over. In a short while, they all knelt on the ground, crying. Yili looked around. As expected, the people present were either old people in their 60s or 70s or children of a few years old. There were also some women and children. Other than the ignorant children, everyone had a deep and worried expression on their faces. When they looked at Yi Li and Emo Xiaoyao, they had a bit of hope. Yi Li bent down to help the old man up. She was also speechless for a while. Tilting her head to look at Emo Xiaoyao, she saw that he was also silent. Yi Li asked in a light voice, "Elder, are you willing to leave this place?" The old man shook his head and said, "We are already people with one foot in the grave. Where can we go? I only hope that Wang Yi and Wang Fei can chase those thieves out so that they can take revenge for our fellow villagers who died so tragically, so that we, the children who don't know anything yet, can grow up safely and peacefully. Us old people, if we die, then we die." Yi Li looked at the sallow complexions of these people and knew how hard their days were. She sighed and said, "I will have people send some food over later. In another 2 months, it will be winter, but if it is possible, you should move back a little. When the autumn harvest comes, the northern tribe soldiers will definitely come out to steal the food. In a few days, the two armies will be at war, and this place will not be peaceful." The old man was hesitant. Their village was closest to the front line of the two armies and was often harassed by the northern tribe soldiers. Luckily, the northern tribe soldiers were no longer like when they first entered the pass and killed everyone they saw. But these people were either old and weak or young and ignorant. Where could they go? Emo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, "About 60 li back, there are a few villages. There are not many people left. You can live there. The battle line will not move back. You can live there without worry. Tomorrow, I will send people to escort you there." Emo Xiaoyao's words were equivalent to a promise. No matter what happened to the front line, as long as the Mahist army had a single soldier, they would not retreat a single step. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Tears of joy flowed down their faces as they kowtowed to Yi Li and Emo Xiaoyao. Yi Li helplessly helped the old man up and pulled up a small child beside him. The child was about 5 or 6 years old. He raised his head and looked at Yi Li without fear. Yi Li smiled at him. The child immediately blushed and grabbed the old man's sleeve to hide behind him. Yi Li thought of Emo Xiaobao, Lung Junhan, Su Jirue, and the rest who were in high spirits in the Prince Ding mansion. Then she looked at the small and skinny child in front of her who was wearing old clothes that did not fit him. Because of what they saw at the foot of the mountain, the two did not have the mood to wander around and could only return to the camp together. When they returned to the camp, all the generals came out to welcome them. At this time, other than Zhang Qilan guarding Xiling, General Yuan Pei guarding Feihong Pass, Murong Shun guarding Chujing, and Leng Huai far away in Chongqing, all the famous generals of the Mahist army were gathered in the camp. There were more than 10 of them. "Princess Consort, you have pacified the north. I congratulate you." Young Master Feng, Sam was dressed in flamboyant red clothes. He was not as handsome as the generals in their battle robes, but he was elegant and had an extraordinary aura. Yi Li smiled faintly and saluted. "It is all thanks to everyone. Young Master Feng San, you flatter me. Chapter 849. All the generals congratulated Yi Li in unison. They were already very respectful of this Princess Ding. Now that she had pacified the north, no one in the Mahist army dared to doubt Princess Ding's abilities. With Yi Li's return, Mo Xiaoyao was in a good mood. He dismissed everyone, leaving only Lu Jingxian and the others to discuss matters. Everyone couldn't help but ask about Yi Li's matters in the north. Yi Li did not want to dampen everyone's spirits and could only pick some important matters to talk about. Everyone sighed at Rin Qining's bad luck and the Prince Ding Mansion's good luck. As expected, the heavens were on the side of the Prince Ding Mansion. On the other hand, they also sighed at Wang Fei's methods and foresight. They may be able to pacify the north, but to take down the north so easily, it could be said to be without shedding a drop of blood. There probably weren't two people present who could do it. Hearing Yi Li finish, Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, "It's enough to have Leng Huai and Leng Haoyu in Chongqing. Later, let's have Yi Su come back." Yi Li raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems that this side is a bit troublesome. There are many fierce generals in the army, and Yi Su has to come back." Lu Jingxian and the others knew that Yi Su was one of Yi Li's people and said with a smile, "Wang Fei is right. Yi Su has been neglected by the king of the northern tribes these years. It's rare that he hasn't been dispirited and has cultivated a few talents. Right now, the northern tribes has millions of soldiers and many fierce generals. I've heard that General He's ability to lead troops is the best among the young generals. If he can come, it is a good thing." Markinen stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Yes, Wang Fei has many capable people under her command. Right now, among the young generals, General He Su is better. Instead, it's my son who's a good-for-nothing." After saying this, Markinen glared at Fu Zhao as if he expected better from him. Fu Zhao rubbed his nose innocently. It wasn't that he didn't work hard, it was just that this world was full of evildoers. Yi Li laughed and said, "Southern Marquis is exaggerating. Shitzi is a rare talent in both pen and sword. How can Yi Su compare to him?" He lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "That's good too. General Leng Huai is a person of virtue and prestige, and Leng Haoyu has a flexible personality. With them overseeing Chongqing, I'm sure that the areas outside of Redbud Pass will quickly return to their former prosperity. On the other hand, what kind of famous general is there in the northern region barracks that even General Lu is afraid of?" Lu Jingxian said, "In the northern militant army, there is a young general called Helian Peng. He should be a junior of Helian Zhen. However, in terms of using troops, Helian Zhen was probably slightly inferior to him." Currently, the northern militant army had Yilu Yi, Helian Zhen, and Helian Peng, as well as millions of elite soldiers. That's quite troublesome. Although it was a bit troublesome, Lu Jinxian's face didn't show the slightest hint of annoyance. Instead, he was eager to fight. Since Yalu Hong has already returned to the northern militant army, Yalu Yi is now in charge of the army. I wonder if Yalu Hong will be successful after returning to the northern militant army. If everything goes well, Yalu Yi won't be able to hold on for long. Yi Li pondered. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows in disdain and said, "If Yalu Hong can't even handle such a small matter, he might as well die. Since Miss Li has also returned, I also want to meet Helian Zhen. I want to see if he's still the same as before." Speaking of Helian Zhen, Mo Xiaoyao's eyes couldn't help but become a bit more vicious. It wasn't that Helian Zhen was a genius, but that the Prince Ding Mansion hadn't suffered a single defeat in over 100 years. However, it just so happened that he had fallen into Helian Zhen's hands. Although it wasn't a battle loss, a loss was still a loss. It had to be said that the battle from over a decade ago was the most humiliating one the Prince Ding Mansion had fought in over 100 years. It was also the battle where they suffered the most losses. How could Mo Xiaoyao not remember Helian Zhen? Not long after Mo Xiaoyao remembered Helian Zhen, Helian Zhen also didn't forget Mo Xiaoyao. That year, Helian Jun was the #1 general of the Northern Militant Army. He was about to defeat the Prince Ding Mansion and become the war god of the Northern Militant Army. However, Imo Xiaoyao, a young man who wasn't even 18 years old, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and burned him until he threw away his armor and fled in defeat. In that battle, the Northern Militant Army didn't invest any less soldiers than now. They were about to achieve a complete victory, but in the end, they were almost completely wiped out. Although Imo Xiaoyao also paid a heavy price, the Northern Militant Army's losses were also extremely heavy. In the Northern Tribes camp, Yaluyi sat on the main seat, and below him sat a white-bearded old general in his 50s and a muscular young man in his late 20s, exuding a valiant aura. However, he was different from the typical Northern Militant Army soldier. His eyes were calm and sharp, rarely seen in the Northern Militant Army soldiers. These two people were the Northern Militant Army's General Helian Jun and his adopted son Helian Peng, who had come to reinforce Yaluyi. Originally, before Imo Xiaoyao and Helian Jun arrived, the two armies fought a small battle every 3 days and a big battle every 5 days. When the commander-in-chief arrived, everyone calmed down and became more cautious in their attacks. In this half a month, neither side took the initiative to provoke the other. I've said it before, Ren isn't good enough. We should have found Lei Jinting as an ally from the start, Helian Jun said in a low voice. Yaluyi's expression was gloomy as he said coldly, I really didn't expect Ren to be so incompetent. He was actually forced to commit suicide by a woman in less than 3 months. His entire army was almost wiped out. The reason why we chose him was because of the geography, but also because Lei Jinting is too ambitious and cunning. He is not as easy to control as Ren Qining. Helian Jun said, Then what should we do now? The 7th prince has made a military pledge to the king that he will not return to the Northern Militant Army until he destroys the Mahist army. Now that Princess Ding has pacified the north, soon the Prince Ding Mansion will send more troops here. I'm afraid it's too late to join forces with Lei Jinting now. Now Lei Jinting was not without worries. Mo Jingli was also eyeing him covetously in Jiangnan. In Xiling, the Emperor of Xiling was also watching Lei Jinting at all times, waiting for him to reveal a flaw so that he could seize power in one fell swoop. If Lei Jinting were to fight to the death with the Prince Ding Mansion at this time, it would be hard to say who would win if both sides joined forces. But no matter who won or lost, the unlucky one would be Lei Jinting himself. Yaluyi sighed and said, Fortunately, our military strength is far greater than Mo Xiaoyao's. We still have a chance of winning. Helian Peng, who had been sitting silently at the side, raised his head and said, Prince, you may not be right. Yaluyi raised his eyebrows and said, What do you mean? Helian Peng said, Although our military strength is far greater than the Mahist armies, but Central was originally the Mahist army's territory. As long as they want to expand their army, I'm afraid they can gather millions of troops in the blink of an eye. Even if they are not as elite as the original Mahist army, they will still be somewhat useful. Moreover, in this general's opinion, Mo Xiaoyao is not a person without foresight. It is impossible for him not to know that the Mahist army's military strength is far less than the other countries. Why is it that he has not implemented his conscription at all? Yaluyi could not help but frown. He stared seriously at Helian Peng and asked, You mean to say that Mo Xiaoyao is hiding his strength? Helian Peng nodded and said, That's right. This general believes that the Mahist army's military strength is definitely more than what we know. I'm afraid that Mo Xiaoyao has hidden a large number of troops in places that we do not know about, waiting to deal a fatal blow to our army. Your Highness must not lower your guard. Chapter 850. Yaluyi nodded. He wasn't really a condescending person. When facing Mo Xiaoyao, he was willing to be more cautious. Yaluyi said, Helian, what do you think? Helian Peng said, I plan to test the strength of the Mahist army. Yaluyi looked at him with interest and said, How do you plan to test it? In the past half year, Our army has fought with the Mahist army dozens of times. I can only say that the Mahist army is indeed worthy of being the iron-blooded army that has shaken the world for more than 200 years. When mentioning the fighting strength of the Mahist army, even Yi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The physical strength of the people of the Central Plains was not as good as the nomads. Although many people of the Central Plains practiced internal strength and martial arts, they could fight 1 against 10. But in the end, practicing martial arts required time, and not everyone could practice high-level martial arts. So for a long time, the fighting strength of the Central Plains was always weaker than the northern tribes. But the Mahist army was clearly an exception. Every soldier of the Mahist army had strength that was completely different from the northern tribes. This made the battle more intense every time the two armies clashed. Hellion Peng thought for a moment and said, "Qilin." "Qilin?" When these words came out, even Yi and Hellion Jun couldn't help but be moved. Qilin hadn't been an army for a long time, but they had made many outstanding contributions. In many of the great victories of the Mahist army, their shadows could be seen, but very few people in the world had actually seen them. He was like a ghost. Yi said, "Qilin was created by the Ding King's wife and is also the most mysterious troop of the Mahist army led by the Ding King's wife." Hellion Peng wants to challenge the Ding King's wife? Hellion Peng raised his eyebrows and said, "Can't I?" Yi smiled and said, "It's not that you can't. I thought that Hellion Peng was arrogant and wanted to directly challenge Mo Xiaoyao." Hellion Peng said indifferently, "This general will not look down on women, especially when this woman is the imperial consort. Furthermore, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that if we don't get rid of this Qilin, the northern tribes will fall into their hands sooner or later." Yi trembled slightly, asking, "How do you know?" Hellion Peng muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "I don't know either. I just have this feeling." Ever since Qilin appeared, he had always caught the enemy off guard. Every time he attacked, he would always attack the enemy's vital points and never miss. We, the warriors of the northern tribes, may not fear anyone on the battlefield, but it is our weakness to deal with enemies that come and go like ghosts. Yi nodded in agreement. After dealing with the Mahist army for so long, he naturally knew about this. However, the strengths and weaknesses of the northern tribes were accumulated over thousands of years and could not be changed in a short period of time. How does Hellion Peng plan to deal with Qilin? Hellion Jin smiled and said, "Ever since Qilin appeared, Peng has been very interested in these people. Therefore, we have also trained a group of people to deal with Qilin." Hearing this, Yi was really surprised. He looked at Hellion Peng and asked, "Really? All these years, his imperial father had been very displeased with Hellion Jun and had even removed his military power. Under such circumstances, how could Yi not be surprised that he was able to train such a group of people? If this war did not happen, this group of people who could kill and invisible people would be perfect to deal with Yelu Hong." Hellion Peng's expression did not change as he nodded and said, "That's right. They originally called Qilin a benevolent beast, but it was too weak and lacked some killing intent. This group of people, I call them Yi. Yi? Although Yi was from the northern tribes, as a prince, he naturally had some understanding of the culture of the Central Plains. Yi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It looked like a jackal and liked to kill. Although it was called a dragon, it was actually a ferocious beast. This made Yi curious. Hellion Peng actually had some understanding of the culture of the Central Plains. "That's right," Hellion Jun said loudly. "Back then, I was careless and lost to Mo Xiaoyao, that ignorant brat. If I can't get rid of this humiliation, I won't be able to face the ancestors of the Hellion family, even if I die. For this day, I have waited for more than 10 years. Rest assured, 7th Prince, this time, we will definitely make sure that the Mahist army will never be able to rise again." Yi naturally knew of Hellion Jun's hatred towards Mo Xiaoyao. It could be said that half of Hellion Jun's life was spent in the Prince Ding Mansion and also in the Prince Ding Mansion. Half of his life was spent in the military, and his greatest achievement was defeating the Mahist army and killing Immerse. However, his greatest defeat was also losing to the Mahist army, losing to Immerse. Nodding, Yaluyi said in a low voice, "Then I will have to trouble Uncle and Helion. I will quietly listen to the good news. What does Helion Peng plan to do?" Helion Peng pondered for a moment and said, "Yili has just returned. She definitely won't be ready to guard against us so quickly. What I mean is, tonight, we will attack at night." Yaluyi hesitated for a moment. "Are you confident?" Helion Peng smiled and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness, it's just a test. In that case, it's approved that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.